Okay, good morning. This meeting is now resumed. Members, please join me in a moment of silence in memory of Dr. Robert Bennett. Thank you. So members, we do have a presentation this morning, so we'll wait until the mayor gets here, but we will go through the order paper. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. There are already eight items left on the agenda. Council has timed several matters for today. Item IE 26.12 on micro utility devices will be our first item of business. Item GL 2719 on vehicle for hire update will be our second item of business. IE 26.6 on actions to reaffirm Toronto's tree canopy target, and item IE 26.14 on missing link sidewalk program on Dwight Avenue. That will be our third. And as you know, today's meeting must end by 3:30 in order to permit religious observance. I will now take the release of holds. Please put your name on the list if you have an item to release.
Speaker, this is Peruzza. I can't get on the list because I can't log on, but I'd like to get on the list, okay?
Okay, Councillor Peruzza.
I'd like to, I have a motion with respect to CC 38.14, and it's just deferring it to the February meeting of council.
Okay, and I understand that Councillor Bylaw held it down yesterday. Councillor Bylaw, you're okay?
I spoke to Councillor and she's okay with that.
Okay. Is Councillor Bylaw here? No? Okay. So let's put the motion on the screen by Councillor Peruzza that the item be deferred until the February 2nd and 3rd, 2022 meeting of City Council. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any further quick releases? Councillor Wong Tam, are you ready to release your member's motion? Councillor Wong Tam?
Speaker, I had an interest in that 3821.
Okay.
No, Madam Speaker, and no, Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Wong Tam. I can't seem to get my video on right now. But I also do have a motion, so we'll have to hold it down. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Crawford, are you ready with CC 38.9, or you still want to hold the item down?
Staff are just finalizing the agreement, so I'm hoping to get it done before noon.
Okay, and I'll go just to the last one before we go to our timed items. PH 29.7 Lawrence Heights. Councillor Fletcher, are you?
I do. I've just sent, I've been working with Ms. Bond, and I've just sent a motion to clerks, so that will be a quick release, Madam Speaker, when it's prepared. I also have one other motion in the works there.
Okay, so we'll wait for the motion to come forward.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Tory, you have a presentation this morning, Mayor Tory?
I do, Speaker, and thank you. It's one of those things where we couldn't spend enough time, quite frankly, paying tribute to someone who unfortunately is leaving us. So it's a very bittersweet moment, but it's very important, I think, that we should spend a moment or two, myself and Mr. Murray, on behalf of the members of council and also on behalf of the entire public service and the people of the city of Toronto to recognize our beloved. And, you know, I guess we wouldn't use that word necessarily in respect of everybody, but you'd like to think we could. But certainly when it comes to Omo Akinton, our chief people officer, who's unfortunately leaving the city at the end of this year for a very exciting career opportunity for her. it is fitting that we should spend a moment or two paying tribute. It's not adequate, it never is, but certainly I hope that she knows that from me, these comments come from the heart, and I'm sure that it represents the feelings of all of us. We're very sad to see her leave, and I have found in my time here, one day after another, 1 week after another, 1 year after another, you are more and more impressed by the incredible depth of talent. But there's just a few people who stand out as being such outstanding leaders and public servants in our public service, filled with good people. And almost one of those people. If you know her, if you work with her, as I've had the privilege of doing, you can't help but to be respectful of her, but also to like her immensely, just as a person that is so good to work with, so straightforward, so intelligent, so balanced. And I just couldn't say enough, use enough adjectives to describe how good she is. As you know, she has a long history with the city, and she has been a big part of many, many important files, and became ultimately the chief people officer in 2019. And I guess, sometimes when you take on these jobs, lo and behold, you least expected that you would have, who expected we would have a pandemic a year later that would be, such a trying experience for so many people. And of course, that includes the members of our public service. And she has handled that, helped the public service get through these challenging times, helped us to serve the people of the city of Toronto, notwithstanding incredible sort of obstacles and challenges that stood in our way, in a way that was just exemplary. Day after day, there were things that were sort of thrown in front of us in terms of, making it difficult for us to deliver our services and do the job we are here to do for the people of the city of Toronto. And day after day, she just worked with our partners in the unions, with the individual and collective members of the public service, and just got those things resolved one after another. And so in that sense, on that alone, leaving aside all of her other contributions, you couldn't possibly overstate the contribution she's made to the public interest, to the public well-being, to the well-being of the city, and of course to the public service. And so on behalf of the City of Toronto, all the people of the City of Toronto, on behalf of the members of the City Council for the city, I just want to thank you for your service. These tributes that we pay often seem so inadequate, but they're heartfelt and very genuine. And you have just done so much for everybody. So we just say thank you. We say congratulations on all of your accomplishments. We say good luck. We say don't be a stranger, and please, stay in touch with us, because you can't get away from us that easily. You are, and you will continue to be an important member of this family. But in the meantime, when we don't see you every single day as we do now, we will miss you tremendously. And we will say that we have all benefited, and that includes me, from your extraordinary leadership, from your example, from your professionalism, from your capability, from your collegiality. We've benefited, all of us have, from that. And on that note, I would like to ask our city manager, Chris Murray, to say a few words. Oma, again, congratulations, thank you, and good luck, and God bless.
So first of all, thank you, Mayor Tory, for those words, incredibly accurate and appropriate. Yes, we're losing someone that is near and dear to all of us. Actually, Alma was one of the first people that I met when I joined the organization back in 2018, and in fact was one of the first people I hired. I've worked with a number of HR specialists, and there's little doubt in my mind where she sits very much on top. As you say, Mayor Tory, what strikes you about Alma very, very quickly is not just how smart she is as a lawyer, a human rights lawyer, incredibly hardworking, kind of the epitome of civil service, but also someone incredibly straightforward in her communication. She talks to be understood, and she does that incredibly well as someone who has championed equity throughout her life. So when an organization is trying to evolve its culture, you need someone that is as strong as Alma is, and has done just an incredible job. Someone that we all value and are going to miss. But in the 3 years that she's been our chief people officer, there's many things she's accomplished, and it's important to point them out. Alma led, and we forget this. We didn't at the time forget it, but she led the successful round of collective bargaining in 2020, resulting in 5-year settlements in what I think everyone on both sides would deem to be fair and reasonable and equitable. And so we have her to thank for that, and her team. Of course, over the course of the pandemic, AMA and the People and Equity Division helped the Toronto Public Service navigate the ever-evolving public health landscape, and we are still in it, and increasingly so as a result of the latest variant and what it's doing. And this means that she was, key to transitioning practically overnight the remote work for office staff, overseeing the redeployment of staff to support critical efforts, implementing various health and safety measures, and of course was a real leader, along with others, on the mandatory vaccination policy for city employees, as well as key to making sure that our mass immunization clinics were well served and well staffed. And of course, in working with our communities, the ones that were rightfully hesitant in terms of supporting the vaccine program, to make sure that those that were going to be impacted were connected with and done so in the right way. Under her leadership, the People and Equity Division and its partners successfully implemented success factors, which is to streamline human resource processes and introduce something that we call Team Central, a centralized staff support center to field human resource related questions so that people aren't trying to figure out who to talk to. She created a service that is incredibly efficient. She also was key in our equity responsive budgeting program, and her touch is going to be felt in the 2022 program. And of course, introduced HR relationship managers to the new service model that we have, and has conducted what we call the total rewards review, which we're going to be bringing to council. So if you're a city manager that's been around any amount of time and you want to have an effect on the culture of an organization, you need to have a person that is connected to you, someone that you incredibly like, who's incredibly professional and really gets what it means to build a great culture. And so Toronto, of course, had a great culture to begin with, but with Alma and her team and her effort, I think we're much further ahead. So with that, I always say there are people I work with that when it's all said and done, if you saw them on the street, you would love to go have coffee with them, and Alma is clearly one of those people. So I can say without any hesitation, and it's with certainly sadness to lose you, but with great pride to have known you, and thank you for being who you are. And your parents raised a great person, and you're going to be raising two other great people right now. And so it's those decisions that are tough to make, but they're the right decisions for you, for your career, and for your family. And so I can say without again any hesitation, thank you, and look forward to seeing you down the road, and for everything you've done for us. Thanks, Alma.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope that you can hear me. Thank you so much for the kind words. For anyone, I'm going to try not to cry. For anyone who's tuned in and is unable to see me, I am a dark-skinned Black woman with short black hair, reddish highlights, and if you were looking at me close up, you'd notice lots of gray. I am wearing purple glasses. Over the last few years, I have spent the last few weeks, I've spent a lot of time reflecting on a line from one of my favorite poems. It goes, "Every happiness is the child of a separation it did not think it could survive." It captures so well my hope and my complicated feelings about moving on from the city. I can't actually imagine leaving. I joined the city as an idealistic articling student and new immigrant who wanted to do good. I simply could not have picked a better place to be for that. Every day of my 17 years of the city, I have seen the goodness that the public service in partnership with council does for this great city. I have been most impressed by the organization's commitment to doing the hard work of building a more equitable present and future. I wish that every Torontonian could see this public service up close the way that I have had the good fortune to do. This last 2 years have been incredibly challenging for our organization and city. On behalf of the people of this great city, I want to thank the public service for all the hard work and the sacrifices. I know that you are exhausted and that the recent news about Omicron has been deflating. Your efforts are not in vain. They have gotten us this far and they will get this city through. We will absolutely prevail. I want to thank the entire People in Equity team. It has been an honor of a lifetime to be on your team. Thank you for letting me lead you and learn from you, for leaning into kindness and for going the extra mile for our public service. Thank you to Chris for trusting me with this most important work. I found my life's calling in it, and I'm so grateful for your support and for the unwavering support of everyone on SLT. The corporate leadership team is truly the most outstanding team of leaders any organization could have. Each person playing their part expertly. Thank you for your friendship and support. I thank Wendy and Sharmila and the incredible legal team for being my first family at the city. I want to thank our amazing union partners in CATAPSA for all the great work that we have done together. I now also want to thank my mother for raising 6 children to value kindness above all else. I thank my rowdy duo, Ayoka and Ari, for all the joy they give me and for the sacrifices they have made, especially over the last 2 years, for being proud of me and patient and forgiving when it gave me 5 minutes to finish this call turned to an hour wait, for all the missed bedtime kisses. We worked really hard and long to get you, and no children in the history of the universe have ever been wanted or loved more than I love you, and I aim to do better. I want to thank my ex, Dean Carter, for her support and for being an amazing co-parent. Finally, I want to thank my amazing assistant, Helen. She is kindness personified. She and others like her, Dee Dee, Darlene, Jerry, Fiona, Debbie, Melissa, Grace, and countless others with assistant in their title, make the world go round, and I want to thank them for all that they do. Thank you to Council for your dedication, and to your families also for the sacrifices that they make every day on behalf of this great city. I especially want to thank the Mayor for his steadfast leadership throughout, and the Mayor's office staff for their tireless work. I know that you have a busy schedule today, so I want to thank Council also for making the time to recognize me. My cock runneth over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Before we proceed, I would like to move all those in favor of adopting the order paper. Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. So we will now go to our first timed item, which is IE 26.12, automated micro utility devices. Councillor McKelvey, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay, we can have members put their name on the list if you'd like to question.
Just waiting for it to open. Would you like me to start?
Did you put your name on the list, Councillor McKelvey?
The list wasn't open yet.
Okay.
What is it?
Name on. Okay, Councillor McKelvey, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question to staff is, what is the status of the provincial pilot for micro utility devices?
Thank you for the question. And through the speaker, the province has proposed a 10-year pilot project under the Highway Traffic Act to allow municipalities to opt in or not opt in to permit micro utility devices. The province posted that proposal on the regulatory registry for comment until November 15th, and the province is currently reviewing the feedback from that public consultation process. No timeline has been announced yet as to when or if that pilot project will be implemented.
Okay. So if we were to proceed today, you've seen the motions that I want to bring forward. Are you able to issue an innovation challenge so that we can start to test this technology in the exhibition place area soon? And what sort of timeline do you think you could have around that?
Yeah, so through the speaker, City Council adopted a Transportation Innovation Challenge program that can be implemented at Exhibition Place at the Transportation Innovation Zone. Because of the unique geography and legislation and regulation around Exhibition Place, we are able to issue a challenge that could allow staff to explore micro utility devices and some of the issues surrounding them. And that challenge could be issued as early as early 2022.
What is best practice for rolling out technologies? Do you typically have consultation, a pilot, and then a regulatory framework? Like what is the usual process for adopting these sorts of things, or what would you recommend?
So the technologies in transportation are changing pretty rapidly, and there isn't necessarily a standard way of approaching this quite yet. When we investigated the innovation zone, we looked at what other municipalities were doing in other jurisdictions, and it was a bit different. Some work on co-development, some look at restrictions and testing so that staff can learn more before implementing regulations. City Council has in the past prohibited the use of devices like e-scooters that were not yet permitted more broadly or not quite sorted out, so that staff would take the time to undertake a more fulsome public consultation and bring a recommendation back to City Council about implementing regulations that would allow these new technologies.
So we created this innovation zone to test these technologies so that we could try to get ahead of things.
Through the speaker, yes, that's correct.
And you will be reporting back on the provincial pilot, and we will have the opportunity to vote whether to opt in or opt out of that pilot. Is that is coming to us once the province is ready and issues it?
Should the province decide to implement the pilot project, then yes, we would have the opportunity to bring a report forward to City Council for consideration around opting in.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, questions?
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. To staff, when did we first become aware of these micro utility robots on the streets here in Toronto?
So through the speaker, the term micro utility device was first introduced by the province in their consultation process around the proposed pilot. So that was in, I think, around August of 2021. Previous to that, we've been monitoring developments in the US and other jurisdictions where they've been doing all sorts of different tests around what now would be considered a micro utility device. So in the late 2010s, there were a number of tests in jurisdictions like Washington, D.C., and Pennsylvania, and Arizona around smaller deliver bots, which is just one form of micro utility device. Through social media and some engagements, I think around 2019, we were aware that there was interest in some development in Toronto around micro utility devices.
Okay, so 2019, so a few years ago. What steps have we taken as a city to respond to that ambition, to respond to that innovation in terms of preparing a regulatory regime or process in which these devices could or could not operate?
So through the speaker, that was part of the impetus for creating the Transportation Innovation Zone, is that as these emerging technologies were coming up and some were being implemented in other jurisdictions in Toronto, we didn't have a mechanism to go from zero to full implementation. We needed some form of control so that we could do some trials as city staff, we could learn, and as a municipality, we could also support local economic development by providing a place for startups and small and medium enterprises to do trials and improve their technology. So the Transportation Innovation Zone program and the challenge were created with economic development so that we could have that reciprocal relationship of understanding the technology, supporting it, and conveying what the city needs these technologies to do in order to be more realistically implemented.
And when did that program get instituted and off the ground?
So City Council authorized Exhibition Place to act as a transportation innovation zone in July of 2020. And in May of 2021, City Council adopted a staff report around creating a transportation innovation zone challenge.
So these micro utility devices would go and sort of pilot there, where that's the idea, e-scooters, all of these sort of transportation, mobility, innovation partners, they would go, and the idea is that you try it on exhibition grounds and we see what works and what doesn't.
Through the speaker, that is the intention of the innovation zone, but it is really geared toward innovations that aren't yet quite fully commercially viable. So there's a technology readiness scale, and it's meant to be things that aren't necessarily implemented everywhere else, but things that are still in development. So for Easterners, it wasn't quite an exact fit because we had enough experience in other jurisdictions, enough lessons learned.
Okay, I'm just watching my time. So let's focus on the micro utility devices. So would you say that's mature enough? Would you say, I think you just said, you know, viable or market viable? There are folks who are running businesses right now outside of any sort of regulatory regime, understood. Where would that fit in respect to staff's assessment of something that's viable or mature? Recognizing it also operates in many different jurisdictions around the world in different ways. Where are they along that journey with respect to, you know, regulations in the city of Toronto, which we don't have, but also what's been demonstrated as a market here in Toronto for it?
So through the speaker, we have limited research, but our understanding of micro utility devices is that there really are no standards around size, weight, speed, what kind of functionality the devices can do, how they are controlled. And so their technology readiness is not quite at a fully commercially viable level that there would be benefits to supporting economic development, trialing, and more lessons learned through the innovation zone.
There would be benefits or there would not be benefits?
There would be benefits.
Okay. In terms of opportunity for staff, again, you became aware of their existence via social media and online in 2019. What meetings or consultation have you had with folks who are pioneering and innovating in this space, in the micro utility device space, with the folks who are doing that here in Toronto? What conversation?
That was your last question.
That's my last question. Understood.
So we've had a few touch points with companies that are working on commercial delivery, but in the development of the Transportation Innovation Challenge, we issued a trial challenge around automated sidewalk winter maintenance, which is a form of micro utility device. And so through that process, we were only limited to a tabletop exercise. We weren't able to bring any devices for testing to try out what parameters we might want to do further testing or develop the innovation challenge. But we did engage with companies that are creating sidewalk, snowplow, sidewalk salting devices, some of which are in Toronto and some of which are external. So we had the strongest relationship and discussion with those groups that went through that tabletop exercise, which was in 2020.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to Mr. Lanyon. You know, I'm looking at the council agenda in front of me, and I'm having trouble finding a report. Could you help point me to it?
Through the speaker, there was no staff report associated with this agenda item.
Oh, okay. So this question time is really important then. Could you give me a basic definition of what a micro utility device is, just in the simplest sense? This is all new to me, right? There's no report, there's a little bit online and there's some news articles, but what are we looking at here?
So through the speaker, a micro utility device is an umbrella term that really refers to any piece of equipment that could be remote controlled or automated and usually travels on sidewalks or outside of the roadway. Generally things that are smaller than an adult and from a colloquial perspective, robots or remote controlled devices.
Okay, are we talking about like artificial intelligence or just machines?
So the device itself would be the machine. There may be artificial intelligence included in operating it, or it may be remotely controlled or teleoperated through other means. So there's no clear delineation around that.
Okay, so the key is a small machine and the operator is not standing with it or on top of it or in it.
Through the speaker, that's correct.
Okay, so what are the, if we're going to have some controls on these types of things, since that's where this is headed, what are the key elements that staff would advise that should be controlled on devices? Because I guess the breadth is huge on where these things could evolve into, but what's important for council to be paying attention to?
So through the speaker, part of what we as staff still need to do is research and understand what those issues are and what the criteria are to recommend to council for considering further advancement on micro-utility devices. Generally, we're aware of some of the concerns raised by the accessibility community around the interaction with other sidewalk users, other users of the transportation system, things like speed, weight, visibility, noise, and also the purpose of the vehicles and the use of infrastructure for various purposes.
What, so I understand there is some micro utility vehicles operating in Toronto so far. Is it one company, many? Do we know? What is it? What are we looking at here?
Through the speaker, to our knowledge, there was only one company operating micro-utility devices in a commercial delivery sense. We are not aware of any other companies in Toronto operating in other circumstances, but we are aware of pilots in other jurisdictions in Ontario, which are related more to municipal service delivery and not commercial delivery or any other application.
Could you elaborate? Municipal service delivery? Are they writing parking tickets, or what are they doing?
Generally around winter maintenance.
Oh, okay. All right. I think I saw a picture of that somewhere. And the one that is operating in Toronto, I guess those are the prevalent images we see in the news. What exactly are they doing, and how many are there?
Through the speaker, we are not aware of the total number of devices. We understand it's probably in the dozens at this point. And they have been testing their technology, and I understand there has been some food delivery associated, perhaps other types of delivery, but we are not fully aware of their entire operations at this point. Okay.
Any 311 calls, any complaints, anything to date that's brought it to our attention, or how did this get in front of us here?
So we have not received any complaints through 311 that we've been able to track. Given it may be difficult to categorize exactly what kind of complaint this is, but we have investigated with our own transportation standards officers and with other divisions to see if any complaints had arisen from the public, and we were not aware of any. We have received some concerns from the accessibility community around these devices and the potential impacts they may have on that community.
Okay, and finally, they're here, right? We've heard that before with various technologies and things that changes in our society. Would staff advise us that if they're going to be around, we put controls in place? Because I do take note that they are existing in the public realm, of which the City of Toronto has responsibility over. And you don't have to specify what the controls are, but would you say generally speaking, that's what we should express an interest on, is putting some heavy controls until things get clear with the province?
That was your last question.
So through the speaker, we would really recommend that there be some clarity around whether the City Council endorses the use of these or feels that there should be controls. I think clarity is the biggest message at this time. We would need to undertake further assessment to understand what type of controls or what level of controls or how controls could be implemented.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, we're, as you mentioned, there's no real report here, so we're working on a bare bones kind of framework going forward. Now, just for clarity's sake, what we're deciding on before us is a temporary ban until the Ontario pilot project is completed, or we've made a clear decision on where we want to go with this?
Through the speaker, my understanding is that the prohibition would be placed into the bylaw until such time as council revokes that prohibition. That prohibition could be related to the implementation of the provincial pilot, or it could not be.
Okay. Okay. So the micro micro technology examples I've seen is private homes with a machine, a lawnmower that is all programmed and automated. and in a hotel where hallway carpet cleaning was also done by, I guess, an automated computer generated machine. What we're discussing today, does that affect the use of those on private property, or it's really municipal property that we're talking about today?
Through the speaker, that we're only discussing the use in the public right of way. So on streets, sidewalks, in public space managed by our transportation related bylaws.
So I want to get to injuries in a minute, but if homeowners are required to cut the grass on the public right of way, this may be minutia, but could they use their automatic lawnmower, to program it to cut on the public right of way?
Through the speaker, that's a very good question, and unfortunately, I don't have an answer to that I can provide. Absolutely.
Okay, so just focusing to liability, and maybe the answers aren't clear yet, but obviously we've gotten a lot of concerns about the accessibility and making sure it's safe for pedestrians or those who have some kind of impairment or disability. When a piece of equipment, a piece of technology is blamed or causes some kind of personal injury, who is liable? How does one seek some kind of restitution if they can claim that that this technology has caused injury or hardship in some way?
So through the speaker, similarly, that's an issue that staff would need to explore further to understand the entire regulatory and insurance framework around micro-utility devices before we could provide an answer that we are confident in.
So that's a work in progress.
That very much should be a work in progress, yes.
Okay. Does this affect drones, or this is more land-based technology?
Micro-utility devices in this context refer only to ground-based technologies. Drones have a different regulatory environment because of the involvement of the federal government.
Okay, so at the end of the day, you're asking council to put a ban on these devices until we get regulatory clarity from the province.
Through the speaker, no, staff have not taken a position on micro-utility devices at this time. The recommendations before council do not originate from city staff.
Okay, all right. What is the staff recommendation?
At this point in time, staff need to further review the situation, and we had undertaken a consultation with respect to the provincial pilot so that we could inform our recommendation to City Council when and if that pilot is implemented, and City Council would have the opportunity to opt in or not opt in.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So through you to staff, what we have in front of us, I'm just looking at the screen here, this relates to Bill 1014. Are these provincial recommendations here, or is this from industry? Where does this come from? Since you've indicated, I think, to Councillor Pasternak that these are not our recommendation or your recommendations.
So through the speaker, these are bylaw changes that have been prepared to support a ban, but they have not been recommended by staff.
And sorry, who prepared? Was this legal prepared this information?
City staff, including consultation with the city solicitor staff, yes.
Okay, fair enough, gotcha. So we have technology and innovation that is actually ahead of regulations, and we're putting some regulations to prohibit until such time we have a better understanding. Is that what we're trying to do?
Through the speaker, that would be my interpretation as well, yes.
All right. So what happens to the sector now, the one company that is obviously come up with this technology? So is this simply what we're doing here? We will actually What else does this company do? Is this the only business? Is the only type of technology that they have invented or utilizing at the moment? Is that the only source of revenue for them? Do you know?
Through the speaker, no, we are not aware of their revenue sources. We do know they are a small startup. They would have limited scope, but we cannot speak to whether they have other revenue sources or business models.
Right. So the reason why I asked the question, so what would happen to them in the interim? Would they just simply not? How does that affect their business? How does that affect the number of people who are working with this small startup? Does that discourage the opportunity of other startups? So they have to come to us in advance to tell us about their technology in order for us to ensure that they can operate in the city. How do we sort of offer them any sort of insight of incentives to be creative?
So through the speaker, we can't speak to the exact impact on the business. What it would do is prohibit their operations within the city of Toronto. With the provincial pilots pending, there may be opportunities in other Ontario municipalities. There may be opportunities to work with this organization around the Transportation Innovation Zone or other supports through the Economic Development and Transportation Services divisions.
Right, and you say other opportunities. What I'm wondering, what is the sort of the carrot that we would actually offer this company to be able to work with them? Because I mean, I don't see here that's part of the provision. I mean, I heard you said earlier about Exhibition Place in sort of doing a pilot. How would that work first and foremost?
So through the speaker, City Council has authorized staff to issue a Transportation Innovation Challenge program. And so we can issue a challenge around micro utility devices that would be implemented at Exhibition Place. And so the trials on the street would be limited to that area. Coupled with that is some supports from economic development around what type of supports the city offers. So a kind of a more holistic approach to accessing funding and other types of initiatives. And we can also have that opportunity to do further engagement and education around what the city's constraints are, how the city's bylaws work, and what the operational parameters are currently, and how those impact their proposed businesses.
So the operation parameters, as you mentioned, you're looking at safety, impact, and or the use in terms of how these types of devices would operate if they were to operate in the city of Toronto, and what would be the potential conflict and or ideas in terms of, I don't know, is there a particular speed that these devices operate at? I mean, are those some of the things that you'd be looking at regulating and deciding how, if we were to allow them to operate on our street? Are those some of the features that you'd be looking at?
So through the speaker, yes, those are some of the issues we would want to research and explore with the company, understanding what the limitations of the technology are, and then how those limitations would interact with the proposed provincial pilot, with other user groups on sidewalks. We know this has been a particular concern with the accessibility community, and so exploring the interaction between the devices and different types of disabilities would be a major part of that exploration.
So to prohibit them until we know more, that would obviously speak with respect to the safety in terms of how they can operate in the city. Is that what you're looking at doing?
Last question.
Through the speaker, I believe that's the intention of the motions that have been put forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you to staff. What order of government is responsible for regulating and overseeing these type of micro utility devices, MUDs?
Through the speaker, that's an excellent question. And a lot of the challenges we have with these new transportation technologies is that they fall between gaps of different orders of government. So in terms of vehicle standards, for higher speed vehicles, the Transport Canada would be more engaged. Standards around this type of device, the province has proposed some requirements in their provincial pilot, but there isn't necessarily an industry or even a government infrastructure around looking at the standards and ways of certifying what is a safe type of device. So generally, part of the exploration around these new transportation technologies is figuring out exactly who has the authority amongst the different orders of government and who has the responsibility and the accountability for regulations.
Thank you, Ryan. And is the City of Toronto one of those orders of government that is responsible for testing the safety, ensuring the technical requirements are met, regulating these devices? I'm not talking about regulating sidewalks. I'm talking about manufacturing the safety, the functionality of these devices. Is that our job as the local order of government?
Through the speaker, at this point, that's not certain. Some of the proposals in the provincial pilot may require municipalities to be more involved in, for lack of a better term, certifying the devices. But that really depends on what regulations the province ultimately introduces around micro-utility devices and the provincial pilot associated with it.
So ultimately, you still need the province to guide this work. Is that correct? Like, without the provincial government stepping in to oversee and regulate these devices, cities would be doing this in a patchwork environment.
Through the speaker, that is correct, yes.
And so there are dozens of these companies that are operating these type of pilot project sort of not quite sanctioned devices, such as Starship, Roppy, Dispatch, Neural, Marble. They're all over the place. If all those companies were to come into Toronto, would you say that we would have more than a dozen of these little muds roaming the street or rolling along the street?
Through the speaker, likely more than a dozen if there are that number of companies. Some of those devices, such as the Neuro devices, operate on the roadway. Other devices are designed for sidewalks. It really is a mix, and there is no standard. But generally, the more companies that would be present in Toronto, certainly the more devices that we would be working around on city streets.
Which is exactly why you need to be able to have regulations, oversee this technology, have a framework that guides its function, its manufacturing, its safety before they're permitted on the sidewalks or the streets. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, yes.
And so I just want to speak to the issue of technical readiness and commercial viability. And I'm just going to speak to the category under law enforcement, surveillance, security, counterterrorism. These are unstaffed, or there's no person attached to these devices. They are roving the streets on their own. How do we ensure that the data that they're collecting is going to be properly used? How do we ensure that they are not going to be hacked or breached? How do we ensure that they will not be carrying banned or prohibited substances, controlled substances that they shouldn't be carrying? How do we ensure that type of safety?
So those are all excellent questions that we would require additional exploration, additional research time, and an understanding of the powers that the province may grant municipalities, or responsibilities that the province may grant to municipalities through the provincial pilot.
Thank you. And although you had said that you hadn't had a complaint that was logged, you have heard from disability advocates that this emerging technology could be an impediment to access to public sidewalks and other public spaces. Is that not correct?
Last question.
Through the speaker, yes, that is correct. We have not received a complaint through 311 through the general public, but there is documentation and official record from the accessibility community, especially with respect to the presentation and discussion at the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee on November 15th.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Could you just tell us a bit more about what the concerns were at the Accessibility Committee, please?
Certainly. Through the speaker, the concerns around accessibility are certainly about having different types of things on the right-of-way, particularly on the sidewalk, that are not necessarily predictable for people with disabilities. And I think there's an extension to really any user on the right-of-way, which could include guide dogs, pets, people with visual impairments. Any other competition for space is also an issue. We do understand there's been experiences in other jurisdictions where these types of devices have either stalled or stopped blocking ramps, blocking crossings, blocking access to doors. And so the interaction with other road users or other vulnerable road users is really still to be sorted out so that there can be two-way communication between these types of devices and people who need to navigate around them or navigate with them.
What kind of communication would you expect with people who need to navigate around them? Lots of sounds, noises, people having to get indicated on their phone that there's something there?
Through the speaker, all of the above and likely more. Things like predictability, regulating that these devices perhaps stick to the right, so that it can be understood where they're navigating rather than perhaps down the middle of a sidewalk. It's about setting new rules and new etiquette around how people share space on sidewalks and in the public right of way.
Well, how people share space. These aren't people though, are they?
Correct. People and potentially devices.
So are there other devices running around that don't have people directing them at the moment? Actual person there? You may have a scooter, you may have a walker. Yep.
Through the speaker, I'm not aware of anything that is mobile independently on the public right of way other than something that would be classified as a micro utility device.
And did we not recently, due to the same issues around being able to see something coming, know it was coming, I guess what you said, anticipate, be able to anticipate what you're going to be coming across, that this was one of the reasons why we said we would not have the electric scooters everywhere on the sidewalks, because it was unpredictable, and there's even somebody driving those.
Through the speaker, yes, that is correct. City Council accepted some of the staff recommendations that were reflective of Vision Zero considerations, particularly for people with disabilities, around navigating with e-scooter users, navigating around e-scooters that may have been left on the public right of way without any visibility, maybe impeding access for people with wheelchairs and other mobility devices. And
is it possible even to say that, I mean, I can see, you've seen the sidewalks of people walking up Bay, or walking on Queen, or walking on Yonge, that areas of the city where potentially these devices would not be, should not have access because of the number of pedestrians and some of the issues that you've raised around predictability, volume, accessibility, etc.
So through the speaker, yes, and that is one of the tolerances we would need to explore, is where can these devices fit in with the existing pedestrian volumes, constraints, and other environmental considerations.
Right, so that would be one of those factors, that there might be some areas where it would make sense, and then the more denser areas with a lot of pedestrians, that might be an area that might just be too complicated and dangerous, actually. You are looking at the danger element here, correct?
Through the speaker, yes, that is correct.
And I'll just ask one last question. I mean, people are writing in saying, I really love these, etc., but it's our duty to make sure sidewalks are available for everybody safely. People first, I guess. People first, is that correct?
Through the speaker, I think that's a judgment for City Council around how these devices are considered with respect to people and users.
Just asking about the city's duty. I mean, we could say you could ride your bicycle on the sidewalk, you could put your e-bike on the sidewalk, you could do anything on the sidewalk. That is, that it's an overarching approach by the city, not just City Council. Would you not have to agree with that?
That was your last question.
Through the speaker, yes, and I think that's been made very clear through the Vision Zero safety protocol.
Great.
Council has adopted.
Thank you for your work on this, Ryan. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. To speak, Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two motions. So the first motion is just clarifying that this ban would extend until the, oh, sorry, they're going to show the other one first. Okay, City Council requests the General Manager to issue a Transportation Innovation Challenge in the first half of 2022 to research, explore, and support local economic development with respect to micro-utility devices. The second is to have consultation with local entrepreneurs, business improvement areas, micro-utility device manufacturers, accessibility community, law enforcement, and any other interested stakeholders, and report back in the first quarter of 2022. And the third is to follow closely the outcomes of the Transportation Innovation Challenge, results from the public consultation, best practices in municipal policy, and follow through with looking at the Ministry of Transportation's pilot project, and then reporting back. So the second motion is clarifying that such a ban would apply until the Ontario Ministry of Transportation pilot project is implemented and City Council decides whether to opt in to the proposed project or forego participation. This is really about introducing new technologies, micro-utility devices in an appropriate way, and that involves consultation, a pilot, and then followed by implementation with appropriate regulation. This is the process that we adopted yesterday for e-cargo bikes, where they were opt into the provincial pilot project. I embrace new technology, innovation. In my past life, I coordinated workshops with the greatest minds in the world on quantum information processing, on quantum computers. I've toured superconductor computer facilities. I have attended many seminars on artificial intelligence. But what makes this technology different is that it is sharing space with people and pets, for that matter. And it will be using our sidewalks. And we have heard from the accessibility community that they have some concerns, and we have a responsibility to address those concerns, to continue to listen, to make sure that there is appropriate consultation, and we are rolling out this new technology in a way that benefits everybody. And I have developed the greatest respect for the accessibility community over the last 3 years, in particular, as a loved one progressed from having a cane to a walker to a wheelchair to a motorized wheelchair. And so I do think that we have to look at how these new technologies that share our space, our public space, that share our sidewalks, are implemented in a way that is appropriate. So we do need to consult broadly. We need to test micro-utility devices in our innovation zone. We need to participate. Hopefully council will opt to participate in that provincial pilot, and then we can make an informed decision about how to implement technology appropriately. So again, this is about doing due diligence to make sure that we are embracing innovation in an appropriate way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question by Councillor Wong Tam, three minutes to clarification.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor McKelvey, thank you very much for your motion. I appreciate what you've just placed before us on the screen. I do know that there are members of the community that are watching who are blind or perhaps with low vision, because the motion was flashed on the screen and they will not be able to read it because it's not going to be captured in the captioning. And I think item number 2 on your first motion would be of interest to them. So would you mind just kindly reading that out loud?
Absolutely, Councillor, and thank you for pointing that out. And I also know that I talk very fast, which is also not always helpful. So number 2, City Council requests the General Manager of Transportation Services to consult with local entrepreneurs, business improvement areas, micro-utility device manufacturers and operators, the accessibility community, law enforcement, and that would include surveillance, counterterrorism, and security experts, and any other interested stakeholders and members of the public on the potential impacts and benefits arising from the use of micro-utility devices, and report back to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee in the first quarter of 2022.
Thank you very much. That was very helpful. Recognizing the short timeline, I think that there is probably some recognition by council that people living with disabilities is impacted differently by COVID. Would it be feasible to extend that reporting deadline perhaps to the second quarter of 2022. This would certainly allow for, I think, staff more time, but I think it would also be greatly appreciated by the people with disabilities community, just to make sure that they get their voices in.
I'm happy to adopt that as a friendly recommendation. And I know that you also would like to have this come back to the accessibility committee as well. And I'm sure that staff will take that as direction.
Okay, thank you. And so just to clarify that before any final decision is made, but post-consultation, post-pilot project, post-regulatory framework being established, that this item could go back to the the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee one more time, just to see where we land on some of those changes. Is that correct?
I think that would be appropriate. I don't think we're saying that explicitly here, but I think certainly we can ask staff to make sure that they present this to them as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor McKelvey, can you just repeat the friendly amendment so we can adjust it?
Councillor Wong-Tam has just asked that item 2, instead of saying the first quarter, the last line of 2022 says the second quarter of 2022.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher,
Thank you.
clarification of the motion?
Yes, that's correct. Just 2 places, Councillor, and thank you for your motion. One has to do with the law enforcement side, and when you described that now, you described it kind of counterintelligence, that worried about these little things driving around and driving other than DoorDash. But is there also an ability to look at how this would be enforced? Is that your anticipation as well? I know with many other devices that it's very difficult for the police to actually enforce any of the issues.
Yeah, I mean, certainly I think that's part of the conversation as well. I think law enforcement will have to ask about that. I think that would also probably, will hopefully be dealt with the provincial pilot when we're looking at what the regulations are going to be around that. I think there is going to have to be considerable discussion about how we do enforce that, how we regulate whatever conditions are put on it through the pilot, and in a good way.
Or if they're able to enforce that.
Correct.
Police
Yeah,
feel they're
that should be
actually
part of
able
the
to enforce
discussion.
any of that. They can't enforce the e-scooters. That's not happening. So there's just limited resources to do certain things. That's first. And second, just has to do with the issue around, I'll just call it cyber. And one of the issues that we had when Google was coming was the information and how it would be used. Private information collected in a public area. Is that something that will be looked at as well? Because kind of how to keep information private, collecting of information as you're going by, the handling of information. I know somebody raised that. You may have already spoken about that, but I think that it is a very big issue for many people in the tech sector. Exactly what does this mean?
Well, I think that has to be part of this conversation, this consultation that does happen, and that will happen in the first part of next year, where people will be able to raise those concerns, and we'll have to look at all of those. City staff will have to look at all of those seriously as they develop their recommendations.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Wong-Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to say to the staff, Ryan Lanyon, it's always a pleasure to hear you speak and to present to Council. Your wealth of knowledge is deeply appreciated. You were able to provide the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee a presentation, and I regret that City Council didn't get to hear that same presentation today. But nevertheless, I think you really did a very good job of highlighting the need to sequence the work before any type of micro utility devices are deployed onto sidewalks and other public spaces. I want to thank the chair of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee, Councillor McKelvey. It's always a pleasure to work with you. I really do appreciate how thoughtful you are in understanding the needs of the community, but also the ability to find a pathway forward. And I really want to just say thank you for for the participation in drafting those motions. I really value the feedback. When this item appeared before the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee, we had the chance of seeing the presentation, which was very informative. But we were also asked at that same committee, what do you think? They were open-ended questions. And how do you feel? You know, what does staff need to know? The province was looking for deadline and feedback the same day that committee received the presentation, and staff said that they needed to write to the province and provide some comments. So the Accessibility Advisory Committee was created under the Accessibilities for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, and our only job, we have one job, and that is to ensure that we have AODA compliance in the City of Toronto. Our job as a committee is to ensure that we don't add more barriers to people's participation in civic life. We don't hinder people's health and well-being, especially for those who are living with disabilities. That's our job. So when we do our job and we provide advice to committees and to council, we are going to come at it from an accessibility point of view. And I think that was very well articulated in the letter that the committee has directed me to write. And that letter, of course, was drafted by city staff. So for the councillors that were asking, where's the staff report? Well, to be quite honest, there is none. But it doesn't mean that staff weren't studying or reviewing the subject matter. And you've heard Ryan speak to it so eloquently and so sophisticatedly. I want to just highlight a few things that are not accessibility related, but certainly it should be a concern for all of us at the city, especially when it comes to the placement of these devices. What I don't know why they call them MUDs, but they're calling them MUDs right now. The MUDs onto the sidewalks and roadways. There has to be a fuller comprehension of what these objects mean, these MUDs mean in our civic spaces. And you heard from staff that, you know, this device, the MUDs, are not technologically ready at this point in time. No one company has been able to scale them up and export them for global use around the world. They're not commercially viable at this time. There is no standard weight, no standard height, no standard speed, and there is no standard with respect to blinkers or reflectors or anything else that you would normally expect with a moving object coming at you on a roadway or perhaps a sidewalk. We don't know where the operators will be. It could be someone overseas, as we've learned from an article in the Star. Someone in the Philippines was operating one of these tiny pink plywood MUDs. We also know nothing about its surveillance quality, its ability to secure, its ability to deploy, banned substances. We know none of that. We don't know anything about liability. We don't know this insurance requirement. We don't know how to file a complaint because it's not cataloged on 311. So it doesn't mean that there haven't been any. It just means that we don't have the ready of information capture. We don't know how they're maintained. We don't know if they break down, what happens, and so forth. So I think the right thing to do is support the set of recommendations that have been moved by the Councillor McKelvey, and to ask staff to work with these companies. There'll be more of them. This is not the first one. I mean, it's not the last one for sure. And at some point in time, we're going to have the
10
debate
seconds.
with all the information in front of us, and then we can make an informed decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're ready. Oh, Councillor Bradford, you put your name on? Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I can be brief, but I do just want to say I have some concerns about how all of this came about. I have some concerns about the process. And I think I have some concerns about what this speaks to how government deals with innovation. And it's not just this file, it's many files, whether, you know, we're talking vehicles for hire, whether we're talking Airbnb, whether we're talking scooters. It's really challenging for bureaucracy, for government to stay ahead of innovation. In fact, often we're not driving that. We'd like to see us driving that more and more, but sometimes we're in a proactive relationship, sometimes we're in a reactive relationship. And it would seem in this instance, this is a reactive situation to innovation that was brought forward in the market. By the way, it doesn't seem like this is the first place that these multi-utility devices are operating. Quick Google, it seems like it's 50 jurisdictions, 50 cities around the world where they operate. I would suggest that probably there is a market for it if it's taking place in 50 different cities. People are probably finding a way to make it work. But if our reaction is to just institute sort of blanket bans rather than get out in front of it, since 2019 or 2020, have conversations with folks in the industry, have conversations with folks in the accessibility community, then I'm not sure if that's the best way that we end up with making policy. I'm supportive of the innovation district and sort of the pilot program we're going to do out at Exhibition Center. I know when the quick Googles online, it looks like these are used in a lot of instances for food delivery. I'm not sure how much food delivery we're going to have opportunities for that out at the X. But if it's about how do they navigate, our public right of way safely, how do they account for obstacles? How do we make sure that they're, not posing challenges to accessibility? That makes sense. But at some point, it's going to need to be tested in the urban environment where they're operating, and I think that's going to be important too. So we're going to take a pause on this. It sounds like now it's going to be Q2 2022, where we'll get some more information, and I think that's helpful. But it is a moment for us as folks in government here to think about how we regulate, again, back to proactive or reactive. I'm hearing all of the concerns, and I think that some of those are valid, but I would also push back and say, like, these are not Terminator robots. Again, largely it's food delivery. You talk about surveillance and issues like that. We all have cell phones, right? Like there's issues with a lot of these things, but you find a way to make it work. So I'm hopeful that that staff can work with folks in the accessibility community, staff can work with folks in the industry and come up with a way that these will either work or not work in Toronto, but at least we'll know because we've done the work. And so I'm happy to support Councillor McKelvey's motion. I think it's thoughtful and sensible, and we can find a way to move forward one way or another. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Last speaker, Mayor Tory.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. And can I begin by saying thanks, echoing what Councillor Bradford just said to Councillor McKelvey and to Councillor Wong Tam and to the Accessibility Advisory Committee and to everybody involved here. And, oftentimes these things end up getting presented in the run-up to these debates as being either you're in favor of innovation or you're in favor of safety and consideration for people with differing abilities. And of course, I think we know from everything we do here that it's all about all of those things because, and I concur in the comments of Councillor Bradford with respect to us having to perhaps take a good hard look at how we deal with innovation. But the one thing that has become clear to me over a number of episodes in the time that I've been here is that the way to deal with it is not to just sort of let it happen and then hope for the best. And that you have to do these things. I mean, all it takes with respect to these robots, for example, is, one incident that causes serious harm to, say, someone with differing abilities. And all of a sudden, I think we all know, that the tone of the discussion around here would be quite different. And so the key is you can't, achieve perfection and avoid those kinds of things happening entirely, but you can certainly make sure that in the consideration of all the different interests, of which innovation is certainly an important one for the city. And, I can't go around doing all the boasting I do about all the smart people and the great tech ecosystem and why this is a great place for people to invest and create jobs here, especially for innovative tech companies. And then, say that we're not going to welcome innovation here. But at the same time, we also can't have a free-for-all. Where people can just sort of try anything out that they want and do that in a way that might well interfere with, say, the safety of others. And so I think that what Councillor McKelvey has done through her motion is to try and find a balance where we're not saying through the motion, never. We're not even saying no. We're just saying not right now. First of all, let's get the permission that will come from the provincial legislation or regulation to allow for a pilot project to get in place, see what that provides for. Let's take a look at how this particular project or others like it fit within the context of the innovation district. And I too had heard of and thought about the comments Councillor Bradford again just made about, the applicability in this particular case, the ones that are on the street right now at Exhibition Place. I made the very same comment yesterday. There's not a lot of food delivery that goes on there. unless you want to have them used to sort of bring, one of those corn dogs to people, while they're sitting on the wild mouse rides. And I'm not meaning to make fun of this, but that's not where you're going to best test these kinds of things. But at the same time, we have to be careful and figure out what is the best way to test these things, because I'm not sure just a kind of a totally, unfettered test taking place on what we know sometimes are in normal times, the crowded downtown sidewalks of Toronto may in fact, be something that poses a risk to certain kinds of people or to many people for that matter. So I think that what we need to do, I heard our officials talking about the fact they can move ahead with some of these different kinds of considerations, including an examination of what they called the regulatory and insurance aspects of this in early 22. I heard them say that this morning in answer to questions. I don't think that is anything that would allow anybody to conclude that we'll be sitting here a year from today not having moved an inch on this at all. Not at all. I think we're going to wait for the province to put in place the framework for the pilot projects, plural, in different places in the province, including Toronto. We can then move ahead within that framework. We can consider it carefully. And I think we can move with a degree of dispatch, assuming the province says. So to me, this is, the best prescription for making decisions on a sound basis, producing good public policy and doing something that I am not shy about seeing us do, but do it in a way that is right. And I think that in all the matters we're discussing today, and every matter for that matter, I rarely have any sort of axe to grind or any kind of predisposed opinion on a lot of these things, because frankly, I had never thought about these small devices until this came up. So I think, like most people, just want to end up seeing us do the right thing and do it right. And I think that Councillor Jennifer McKelvey's motion represents the best opportunity for us to do that. So I would commend that motion to you. And I think that'll put us on the right path, and it doesn't stop the innovation, because it's very important we seem and are in fact committed to innovation in our city. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. If we can put Councillor McKelvey's motion on the screen. Okay, motion 1B. All in favor?
Waiver recorded vote, please.
Pardon?
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote.
Just a reminder, Madam Speaker, if members have voted, their camera either should be on or they should let us know that they can't turn their cameras on, because again, we have more votes than we have people on screen.
So members, can you please turn on your camera when you're voting?
Speaker, this is Peruzza. I'm having difficulty with that, but I'd like to vote in the affirmative, please.
And Councillor Grimes, how do you vote, sir? Councillor Grimes?
Councillor Grimes?
Councillor Grimes, how do you vote, please? You're
in favor.
Thank you. And Councillor Robinson, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, motion 1B carries. The vote is 25-1.
Okay. Next motion. Motion 1A. Did we want a recorded vote on this one as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Wong Tam on a point of order. The motion on the screen, I believe, still reads second motion, the first quarter of 2022, and I do believe it was amended to the second quarter of 2022. Just for the record. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I can confirm that the friendly amendment has been incorporated into the motion.
Yes, the friendly amendment has been incorporated.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Fletcher, are you able to vote using the system, please? Okay. Councillor Layton, how do you vote, sir? Councillor Layton, how do you vote?
Pauline, please.
In the affirmative.
Hey,
Thank
Luke,
you.
can I call you back in a couple of minutes? We're just voting.
If I can ask members of council, when you're in council, please do not talk on the phone.
Councillor Grimes, please, how do you vote, sir?
In favor.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote?
Roots on the affirmative?
And Councillor Robinson, please.
In the affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, motion 1A carries. The vote is 25-1.
Item as amended. All in favor? Show of hands carried. Before we go to the next item, Councillor Wong Tam, you have a motion that you're introducing.
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker. I'm moving to reopen EX 21.11, which was the tax deferral program from the last meeting. The reason for its urgency is that it should have been done at the last meeting. The motion I will move. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor? Show of hands, carried. Okay, members, before we go to our next timed item, which is GL 27.19, which is the update and outstanding vehicle for.
Hang on.
So before we begin on the debate on this item, I wish to rule on recommendations 8 and 11 in the item. These recommendations are.
Is the stack will be, is to be.
Please, who's talking?
Councillor Fletcher is talking.
Okay.
I'm sorry. My
I'm
mic is off,
okay.
Councillor Robinson.
Let me start over.
Sorry.
Members, before we
Councillor
begin the debate on a GL 2719, I wish to rule on recommendations 8 and 11 in the item. These recommendations request staff to report back on a review, the visibility of freezing fees, and on a plan for bylaw enforcement. I am advised that the Executive Director, Municipal Licensing and Standards, has already addressed both of these matters in the supplementary report before City Council at this meeting. As a result, I am ruling that recommendations 8 and 11 are redundant. Okay, so let's go to the item questions. If you have questions, if you can please put your name on the list. No questions?
Madam Speaker, I can't get my CMP panel open. It's Councillor Wong-Tam.
Okay, Councillor
there it is.
Wong-Tam, questions?
Sure. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that. My first question to staff is: it took about 2 years to get the well, it took 2 years to get us to this place where the RFP has been issued, but I believe not rewarded. And then since you took the time to issue, you've had it closed for about 4 weeks. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
Okay.
It closed on December 10th. And I think it's also important to note that over those 2 years, this is not an excuse, but a reason that we were in a pandemic and we had an original RFP that we had to cancel due to the pandemic. And then it was not appropriate to issue an RFP when MTO was closed for 15 months, not offering driver training. Schools, post-secondary schools were not offering in-class training for 18 months. So I think that's important context.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But you're saying that the RFP was not open for 4 weeks?
Sorry, it was open for 4 weeks. Sorry, I thought you meant the closing had closed 4 weeks ago. I misspoke. You're correct. It was open for 4 weeks and closed on December 10th.
Okay, thank you. No problems. Thank you. Maybe I misspoke. And during those 4 weeks, how many interested applicants have you received?
We received 11 applicants.
And you'll be making a decision when on those 11 applicants?
We hope to make a decision in mid-January. There may be some back and forth with some of them if they didn't meet all the requirements, and there is opportunity to get them to meet all the requirements, as we want the greatest variety of vendors that are certified so that we can meet the capacity of the training that's needed for the 54,000 plus drivers.
And Carlton, can you tell us if you outline the training criteria in the RFP? Were you very specific on what type of training the city was looking for?
Yes, the training criteria is consistent with what council approved in 2019 based on the criteria, and the delivery method to be a combination of online, in-class, or in-car.
Okay, thank you. And when the call for expressions went out, and you received those 11 applicants, were there any other applicants that expressed interest in applying, but perhaps missed that 4-week window, which is short, but you know, it was there? Were there any applicants that asked for an extension?
So I'll defer that to my colleague, Fiona Chapman, who is the Director of Regulatory Services and Business Licensing.
Thank you, Councillor and Carlton. We did have an email inquiry from somebody advising that they were unable to meet the deadline. We were very clear that we were unable to extend it at that time. We've also advised applicants that we will be doing a second call later in 2022. We want to ensure that we've got a wide variety, as Carlton has mentioned, of applicants in the pool for drivers to ensure that we meet this requirement.
Thank you very much, Fiona. And I just want to understand, where did the RFP get posted? Did you go through the traditional procurement channels? Was it posted only on the city's website? Did you send it directly to driver training institutions? Just curious to know how far you reached to get those applicants.
Well, first of all, if I might just clarify, it is not what I would describe as a traditional request for proposal, which is to say we are not going to be paying the providers as one would when you're looking for a direct service. This is a proposal call to the industry. And so we both sent out emails to all of the stakeholders involved, many of which are on the MTO website, as licensed driving school providers, those who had applied earlier in March 2020, and the notices are also posted on the city's website and through our email channels.
Thank you. We have heard from drivers as well as institutions that provide this type of training that the most valuable portion of the training is actually in car, where you not just learn how to drive the vehicle, but you know the safety aspects of the road, how to interact with certain customers or perhaps things that are hostile. Carlton, in your comment, you mentioned that that you specified it in the RFP, but is it a requirement for in-car in-class training?
That's your last question.
So, to be specific, it is not a requirement. It follows council direction to consider in-car. I think it's important to note that New York City, which we're often compared to, offers this training either online or in-car. Does not have to be in-car.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion, questions?
Sorry, I'm having my unmute button isn't working. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. A question of staff. Are drivers, vehicle for hire drivers required to be vaccinated?
Thank you for the question, and through the speaker, not to my knowledge. Again, I think that would be a requirement of the brokerages and the companies. They are not city staff.
Correct. So are you aware whether some companies are doing requiring vaccination and others are not?
I don't have those specifics. Fiona may have more information, but I don't think we have that information from the companies nor their requirement to disclose that to us.
I'll just weigh in. That's correct. They don't convey that information to us because it's not a current city policy requirement.
Right. And so if you're a member of the public, especially with the far more contagious variant now dominating, how are you supposed to determine your level of safety in getting into a vehicle for hire? I guess you can't. I guess the answer is you can't at the moment, right?
Yeah, I would say that that's very difficult. We license not only this industry, but 99 others. And again, it's not a requirement of those as part of business licensing. So I think it's important for the consumer to do what they can and to be vaccinated, but it probably is a gap.
And can we make it a requirement?
That's probably a more appropriate question for my colleague in legal, if Wendy's on the call.
Yes, through you, Madam Speaker. I am here, and my initial thinking is that this is something the city could explore. We would have to look into the practical aspects of it, and perhaps Carlton's better position to speak about how it would be implemented, but the city's authorities under the City of Toronto Act with respect to health and safety of the public are very broad.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. Through to staff, recommendations 12 and 13 before us are very specific. They direct staff to develop a framework, and they use the words matching active service vehicles in service with demand, balancing, there's a ratio here. Could I interpret that as an outcome could be a cap or a limitation on the number of vehicles on the road?
You could interpret it that way. It'll be challenging for us. I also think my colleagues in transportation may be best to answer this, as they've done 2 congestion studies, both of which not identify a need for a cap. The wording is broad enough that it would allow us to go and do the work that's being asked. But I've said at this committee and council before that a cap is problematic. It creates unnecessary, or it creates false economies, and has caused issues in the past with caps.
Right. So on that false economy, would I be safe to guess that if we artificially restricted the number of vehicles on the road, that it could put prices up or waiting times longer for consumers?
Well, and this is probably better answered by my colleagues in economic development, but I'll give it a go, that when supply is limited, prices can go up, wait times can go up. There could be unintended consequences. So yes.
So it means a lot of recommendations before us, and this is very complicated, but am I also accurate in saying recommendations 12 and 13 were not developed by staff, they were placed by members at the committee?
That is my understanding. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Just a bit on the training. I know we talked about it at committee, but there's been some expression of interest of getting in there and changing the terms, setting it in car or public institutions. You've gone out for a process. You're well into that process. If council decided to tinker with the requirements, what does that do to your process and the time frame around it about getting people trained? Because that's the objective, right? Is getting people trained.
Yeah, our objective is the same as yours, is to get people trained as quickly as possible. If the training is going to be modified, it could affect the call and it may need to be canceled. That would further delay the issuance of this. I think it's most appropriate for us to evaluate the calls that we have now, identify hopefully as many valid and certified vendors as possible to get people trained, and then issue that second one, as my colleague Fiona mentioned, in 2022 to continue to broaden the number of trainers. If council continues to change the criteria, that will change the call for proposals.
And the call for proposals, you're not writing the training curriculum and sending it out and saying deliver it. You're actually asking the institutions and organizations and companies and providers to develop the curriculum because they're the experts. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, that is correct. They are the experts. The criteria for the training has been developed under a lot of research and community consultation and council input. And but we are not experts in adult learning in delivering this type of training. So that's why we are going to a third party. You are correct.
Right. Your call is not a blank page. You've got criteria. Do these things, but the actual content is from them. So I guess I'm just mindful of my time. Given that you've gone out to the marketplace and to the providers, would it be fair to say that they would not be very pleased if they are busy developing content, if the city kind of hit the reset button and changed the criteria, so you had to go back out and redesign this again? If council got in there and tinkered around with it again, would it be fair to say the industry would not be pleased and, maybe not a good reaction?
Last question.
So, yeah, thank you for the question. So the industry, this is a proposal for them to put in to identify their interest, experience, skills to deliver the training. They then have to build it. So many of the companies aren't choosing to build or invest until they've been certified by the city. But any change in having to reissue or to recalibrate may cause concern for the vendors, or it may provide an opportunity for them to look at new ways of partnering with other vendors, and it could lead to other advantages, but it would delay the process.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Well,
I'll unmute.
sure.
Sorry,
Yes.
John, yeah, we can hear you. Thank you. There was a request in 2019 to get a report back on the emissions and congestion that may be associated with the number of vehicles. What's the status of that report, please?
Through the chair, I can answer that.
Thank you, Jesse.
We provided a report that looked at the transportation impacts of the vehicle for hire sector. We provided a first one back in 2019, and then there was a second report that looked at those issues together with this cycle. As well as that, we are also commissioning a study with the University of Toronto to look at the emissions impacts of the entire vehicle for hire sector.
Are you looking at that with the Transform TO and with our staff in the energy office and Transform TO staff under their auspices and assistance?
Yeah, through the chair, yes, that's correct.
You are? Okay, fine. How many vehicle for hires are on the streets that you're aware of? And how many are licensed or have that accreditation compared to the number on the street?
Madam Chair, perhaps I will let Jesse step down and I'll speak to the number that we have licensed. We currently have approximately 54,000 drivers licensed.
And trained?
None at this point in time, through you, Madam Chair.
Oh, so none trained, 54,000 licensed. And I'm really unclear why we would not have an in-car system. We're all very well aware of the fatality with Nick Cameron and someone who had not been driving in a long time. One would think they could easily take an online, but given that we have had incidents of this nature, why have you chosen not to have an in-car for almost 54,000 people? That can be on Queen Street, on Dundas, on Bay Street, rush hour, making U-turns, many different things that we see. I'm unclear. I just don't know why the rationale would be to stay online with that.
Yeah, I'll take that. And it's not to stay all online. I just want to clarify the 54,000 includes 8,000 taxi drivers and 46,000 PTC drivers, and all of which are not on the road at the same time. We do consider in-car. If council wants to mandate it, that is council's under their purview today.
Thank you. And the 8,000 taxis drivers, what's the training for those, Carlton, please?
So thank you for the question, Councillor Fletcher, and through the speaker. They received training, some of them, not all of them, prior to 2016. It would have been in class, it would have been 3 weeks, and it was mostly about geography, map reading, using a meter, having someone in and out of a car. It did not cover driving and did not have an in-car component.
And all taxi drivers are licensed, they are vaccinated, I believe, because they also have the requirement to carry passengers on behalf of the city directly. Right about that?
That is not to my knowledge, perhaps with the TTC Wheel-Trans contract, but I'm not aware of all taxi drivers having a requirement to be vaccinated. That public health may know more.
Are they here just because of the Wheel-Trans? Whoever has a contract with Wheel-Trans would have certain requirements, would they not?
Again, I'm not certain, and I'm just, there's my colleague from public health. Are you able to answer the question about TTC Wheel-Trans taxi drivers?
Through the chair, it is not a requirement to my knowledge, but Councillor, we can certainly follow up with you in writing.
Are you sure?
Through the chair, to my knowledge, it
You
is
don't
not
know.
a requirement.
You don't, in other words, you don't know. Is that correct?
I can't speak confidently, but through the chair, I can almost 100% say it is not a requirement.
Okay, that was your last question. Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I wasn't going to ask questions, but just following up on Councillor Fletcher there, just had a couple of questions about, I guess, sort of the electrification of our vehicle for hire and our taxi fleets as it relates to Transform TO and our new goal of net zero by 2040, which we accelerated obviously during council here. So question to staff, in this sector, what is the current plan or what is the thinking on how we get these vehicles towards electrification and greening the fleets?
So through the speaker, and thank you for the question. there was a motion brought forward by Councillor Layton at committee that was, I think,
Raised.
brought forward and by Councillor Ainsley. So it talks about aligning it with Transform TO and moving them towards it. It also talks about a working group as we understand the impacts on this. But we have already heard from the industry that this will be challenging for them. This is costly. Vehicles have already been extended another 2 years. We're also doing some work with U of T. So there's a whole host of items happening here. We do want to move towards lower emissions and towards EV. We just need to do it in a calculated, in a planned way. And I think we have a report coming back in 2023 on this.
So challenging for the entire industry, for taxis, vehicles for hire, for everybody, of course. What is the role of the city in helping to accelerate that? Is it about us setting the bar, setting the standards? I would also imagine there ought to be a role from other levels of government, particularly when we see all the conversations around grants and subsidies available on electric vehicles. What is the role of the municipality in that? Do we set the sort of bar, set the standards and say this is the mark that we have to hit? Or is there a different role that the municipality would take?
And so thank you for the question, Councillor Bradford. I think you're right. The city does have a role in setting guidelines and setting the bar. And I believe Councillor Layton's motions and recommendations at committee do that, to align it with Transform TO and to accelerate it. So again, and we're doing a lot of work in the future with U of T to understand this and to have it be data driven. Again, it's a lot of work ahead of us, but we share the same goals of reducing emissions in this particular industry.
I'll just ask one follow-up, and Carlton, no disrespect, I'm not sure if you're the guy to answer this. Maybe it's folks in our Energy and Environment Division. I don't know if they're on the line. The question would be, as vehicles continue to be more efficient, even gasoline combustion engines, as those become more efficient year over year, and as we move towards hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and full EVs, is there, I guess, what is the pace of that change? And have we considered, the difference of a vehicle from 2018 or a vehicle from 2020 or a vehicle from 2022 and how that impacts our ability to hit net zero by 2040? Because we're really on the clock now, and I'm not sure what the emissions are, the difference emissions in a vehicle that's 4 years old or 6 years old or 8 years old or 2 years. The rate of change is so quickly, but have we been modeling, and is there anyone here at the City of Toronto that has an understanding of that change of pace in the automotive industry and how that will impact our ability to hit that new 2040 target that we've set for ourselves?
Yeah, so we're working closely with the environment group. I don't have that answer for you specifically. What I can share with you that of the fleet that we have out there now, again, cars keep improving. PTCs or Ubers or Lyfts are typically average 2015, and they are newer than taxi cabs, which 2017, pardon me, and taxi cabs are more of 2015. So that's the average age of the vehicle, and we extended the age of taxis earlier in the year, I believe, up to 9 years. So it's important, if we're going to be consistent with meeting these goals, that we're consistent with our regulations. And while we look to assist an industry that's been hit hard, it's important that we move forward at that next vehicle with lower emission vehicles.
And sorry, just from my understanding, we extended the vehicles. We permitted them to be older than what we were permitting before.
That was your last question.
That's correct. Earlier.
And I'll just frame it in the context of like the goals that we just set this week. We actually moved the needle backwards.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, questions?
Just thank you, Madam Speaker. A couple of quick questions. Councillor Fillion took my interest here. Are TTC operators, drivers, bus drivers, etc., are they vaccinated?
That's a question for my colleague in health. Here she is. Go ahead, Sonia.
If I may, through the chair, I'm just going to take a moment if we could pause the question to get the Deputy Medical Officer of Health who's in another meeting. So please bear with me.
Councillor Cole, can you ask another question until the staff gets the answer to your first question?
Yeah, well, I wanted to know whether all the gig delivery people, are vaccinated, or can we license them to be, do we license them or do we require them to be vaccinated? And still I'm not clear of whether taxi drivers are vaccinated. And can we require them to be vaccinated to get a taxi license?
And so I can start with that. I believe TTC drivers are vaccinated. The question was specific to taxi drivers that provide a wheel trans service that may or may not be. We cannot, or maybe Wendy wants to speak to the city's ability to require it to be a vaccination. And again, we do not license delivery vehicles, Purelator, FedEx, UPS, so we have no control over whether they are vaccinated or not. I would imagine it's their own corporate policy.
And all these delivery services on bicycles, etc., that deliver food to our homes, are they vaccinated, or can we control or license them to be vaccinated? Or I'm not sure what the policies are there.
I would say the short answer is no. These are private companies. We do not license bicycle deliveries as well, so we do not have a role there.
And then, not the wheel trans drivers, but if I get in a taxi, do I know whether that taxi driver is vaccinated or not? Can we, when they get their taxi license, can then we require them to be vaccinated if they have a Toronto taxi license?
Currently, it is not a requirement of a license, and it's also would be challenging on when you do that at renewal. Someone could have a renewal not until, next December, February. It would be very challenging to do. It's really the companies to take that responsibility to ensure their drivers are vaccinated. It's beyond our licensing, but I think Wendy Wahlberg wanted to chime in.
It's through you, Madam Speaker. The city's authority to make bylaws for the health and safety of inhabitants is very broad. So, in my view, it could contemplate a regulation like this, but it would require amendment to the Chapter 546 of the municipal code that pertains to taxi licensing. And there may be, as Carlton has alluded to, significant practical hurdles with respect to implementation.
And what about TTC drivers? Do we know? I know they went to the Supreme Court to challenge the vaccine mandate. Are they vaccinated or not, the bus drivers and streetcar drivers?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I believe that the TTC has imposed a requirement, a vaccination requirement for the drivers.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Speaker, sorry. Just a point of order here.
Yes.
I believe that the TTC's requirement for vaccines carries over to any contract wheel trans drivers. I'd like to have that clarified because we have different information. Thanks when we get the Deputy Medical Officer of Health. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, questions?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, to staff. I guess it's Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant, there was a supplementary report that came out the day before council on this. Could you explain what impact that supplementary report has on the recommendations that were passed at GGLC on this?
I'm not certain it has influence. What we do is we respond to the requests. Our report does not make recommendations. So it doesn't change the recommendations that were made at committee.
Okay. And could you explain a bit about, so currently we have, I understand, 47,000 vehicle for hire drivers that are untrained. Currently, there's training, I believe, going on at Centennial College. If drivers currently pass that training, is that acceptable by the City of Toronto, or would they be considered trained?
Through the chair, no.
Okay.
The Centennial, what they're offering right now is for accessible vehicles. So that's, again, the requirement for someone to drive an accessible vehicle needs to get that training from Centennial, and that certifies them to do that, which allows them to renew their license as an accessible driver.
Okay.
Sorry, Carlton, I might also add that we do have other vendors who provide accessible training.
Okay. And then within the training that we do, or that you're expecting that will be done for our vehicle for hire drivers, does that include in-car assessments? Are you expecting in-car assessments, or has in-car assessments been done previously for training?
In-car assessments have not done previously for training. Right now, it is an option for training vendors to deliver in-car, consistent with City Council's decision to consider in-car. So again, it's under Council's purview if they want to make that in-car component a requirement, and then use the word assessment. So again, I think we need to define assessment.
Okay, and sorry, that hasn't been done previously for training, and I guess the same thing, we would hire training schools through an RFP, and they would are they expected to do an in-car assessment, or is that an industry standard, or is that something new?
I think in-car, again, is an option. I think there are other options out there, such as simulators. I am aware that brokerages have gone directly to public institutions to get training and have had in-car, but it's not something that has been under the purview of the City of Toronto.
Okay, and then going back to the 47,000 drivers that aren't trained yet, when the training is instituted, are those drivers, will they be given priority over everybody else to be trained?
That's very challenging to do. Right now, they'll be given priority because, well, it's very challenging to do because the vendors don't have the list of who's part of the 54,000. It's both 8,000 taxi drivers and 47,000 private transportation companies that are required to be training.
Okay, and we don't have a list so we're contracting these training providers through an RFP.
Mm-hmm.
Can we not provide that list to them so they know who to contact? I'm a little concerned. We have 54,000 drivers out there that aren't trained, that we might be slow training them, and then we're going to continue issuing licenses.
So
how do we find those untrained drivers?
Yeah, and there may be some privacy concerns with sharing drivers' names to institutions. I'm not sure on that. This is the responsibility of the driver to get the training. We want it to be done as expeditiously as possible. We think we can get that done in 2022.
But how do you know, sorry, if you can't provide the names to the training institutions, how do you know the drivers are trained?
That was your last question.
Is it kind of a self-motivated thing? They have to give you a piece of paper or email you a piece of paper and say, here's my certificate? And how do you find them if they're not trained?
Yeah, great point. And that's something we're going to need to operationalize. Obviously, at renewal, it would be a requirement, which is the simplest way. But you're right. We need to identify a way to operationalize this. So as people go through the training, we are aware of those who have passed, and we'll need to work with the institutions that to say who is passed versus necessarily the driver declaring it. I think we'll need some form of double check.
And you're putting that in place?
We will.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Okay, to speak, Mayor Tory.
Speaker, I'm sorry, I'm just putting in my earbuds here because it's easier to hear and be heard. Colleagues, first of all, I have a motion, and I will go through it in a minute, but I want to sort of set the framework for it. And I want to actually go through it and indicate what's in it, but perhaps the clerk could just put it up so that people can have a look. I would like to say respectfully to colleagues, Speaker, that one of the things we should do, in fact, maybe the first thing we should do, is to remember how we got here. It's been astonishing to me in my time here how many times taxi and vehicle for hire issues come up. They come up all the time, almost no matter what we end up doing. But what we did do, I think, and we did it right. I mean, whether people agree or disagree with the outcome, we did the process right in that we created a framework for the industry through a comprehensive review. And as a council, we created the opportunity for a training program. At the last council, and I was among those who voted for the pause in the issuance of licenses until the training was approved and in place in order to make sure that we paid proper attention to safety related issues. And I supported that because there was an impatience on my part with the fact that it seemed to have taken a long time, regardless of what all the circumstances were that led to that. The fact is that the training program was not yet in place. So what has now happened, and I think this was part of the objective of the pause in the licenses, is that the staff have worked rapidly to get an RFP out the door, with applications currently being reviewed and set to be approved, I think we've been told, in January. I think if we start to make changes now in that process and start, redoing or having redone the RFP and so forth, the result of that can only be one, which is that it is going to delay the advent of that training, regardless of what the substance of it is. It's going to delay the advent of that training, which therefore means that the beginnings of the safety produced, one hopes, by that training will be also delayed. And I think that beyond that, which is where we sort of started off here, what has evolved in the last number of days is a whole series of other measures that people have thought about that frankly have nothing or little to do with the issue that was at hand, namely the issue of training that caused the pause in the issuance of licenses so that we could hopefully cause the training to be expedited. And we are having a whole new framework, in effect, that's being proposed in pieces for the taxi and vehicle for hire industry with no staff input at all, And, I try really hard, and I'm sure there are examples somebody could cite of instances where I brought something forward in a hurry, though I try not to do it, on the fly on the council floor, because I think that is when we make bad public policy, because we don't get the advice of the staff. We don't have adequate chance to analyze and debate these things. We don't have the evidence to back up one way or another a position that might be taken with respect to that issue. And it seems more to be dictated by interests that are out there. And quite frankly, while I have been around for 7 years now, I haven't been around long enough to sort of get involved with any of those interests and to, to get involved with all the sort of politics of all this. And so I'm suggesting now that what we should do, the right way to go about the long list of issues, and I'm going to make reference to them in the context of my motion because they're in here, is to review the industry holistically. I mean, yes, move forward now to complete the RFP and get the training underway. And if we want to expand the nature of that training, it's my understanding that we can ask these vendors to do so in terms of different kinds of training and so forth. But to move forward with the training, complete a process that has been is now underway, and that we urge to get underway quickly and not delay it. But then to take the other aspects of this and review those in a systematic way and have a report come back in a period of time. Get on with the training. Deal with that. Have the training be in place. Have some training be in place as soon as possible, and take the rest of the issues and get the advice of our public servants and have a sort of comprehensive, thoughtful, organized way of presenting the outcome of that, some of which I have no trouble with at all. But I think they should be the subject of a review and done in context, one with the other. So the motion here, you go through it. The first couple of paragraphs deal with the moving forward with the training and moving forward and confirming support for the RFP and getting the and the timelines proposed to getting training underway. The next two deal with vaccine and vaccination policies and getting the advice of our medical officer of health in terms of updating those guidelines. And that applies to number 5. And then it's really number 6, where you get a review that would include, without limiting it to anything beyond this list, but it includes driver training, including on-car assessments, and looking at the feasibility of that, looking at the feasibility of giving drivers currently licensed to operate but who haven't received training get priority, the feasibility of publishing reports similar to New York City, which talk about key measures of system efficiency, including number of licensed drivers per month, active average daily maximum and minimum active drivers, wait times, etc. It includes in Part D the electrification of the vehicle for hire industry, including the feasibility of transitioning all vehicles to lower emission 4-cylinder hybrid or electric vehicles, the feasibility of freezing fees for the drivers currently not working due to the drop in ridership caused by the pandemic, the feasibility of suspending fees for taxi vehicle licenses while not in use, a review of the vehicle for hire license renewal fees to ensure they're comparable to other licenses, the 2-year extension question that's been discussed this morning, and a review of the appropriate number of licenses per capita. So that goes down through all those different items and has those be the subject of this review, which would come back to us about a year from now. And so I just think this is the right way to go about addressing these other issues, which are, I would acknowledge, are all legitimate issues, to do it in a thoughtful way with the advice of our staff, with input from the industry and others who are interested in this. Deal with the training by moving forward with it, and that is not to the exclusion of different kinds of training that might be done, but get on with it. Finish a process that's been begun. Don't delay it, and don't let the external environment dictate bad public policy making through things that are brought forward to the council floor coming from wherever, and not subject to any kind of staff advice. So I would commend that enthusiastically and genuinely to colleagues, and we'll leave it at that, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mayor, would you at least consider as a friendly amendment adding to point DI, or D1, sorry, this is on the feasibility of transitioning all vehicle for hire industry and private PTCs to lower emissions, at least putting a target in that is consistent with our Transform TO objectives that we passed yesterday? Because right
a target
now,
date, you mean, Councillor?
No, not a target date. I would say actually a target for when we want to phase out gas-powered vehicles. This is taking a step in the exact opposite direction than we did yesterday with Transform TO. And I just will point out in 2019, our request of staff was this: City Council direct municipal licensing and standards to report back by the 4th quarter of 2020 on emissions reductions incentive programs and standards. We have been waiting for years for this. We just adopted our Transform TO. I would implore you, perhaps as a friendly amendment, to put in something like with a target of net zero by 2030. Just something simple, language as a target, which is essentially what came from a committee, just to make it give more of an incentive for staff to at least come back with something that is a bit more aggressive than just giving them a blank slate. We're not even referencing Transform TO as the target in your motion. So I would just maybe the question is, would you accept a friendly amendment that puts some kind of target on what the emissions reductions program should look like?
Speaker, I am not averse to that at all, not at all. And in fact, maybe what it should say, in light of the language you read a moment ago, which I think you said came from Transform TO, that we simply say that transitioning all vehicle for hire, the vehicle for hire industry vehicles to the state contemplated by Transform TO or something like that, because if it's specifically set out in there, and the date, I generally try not to pick these dates out of a hat. I wouldn't know if that 2030 date is a date that is realistic, but it certainly is going to be consistent with us having our targets for 2040 that we do. So I'm not, and maybe if you could just have that stand down for a minute, I could just consult briefly, but I am not averse to that at all.
So given that we're collaborating here, it was also direction from in 2019 that MLS consult with the Environment and Energy Division as well as the Toronto Atmospheric Fund and relevant stakeholders in the discussion around this. Now, I think this is also the language that came from committee, but if we could replicate some of that, I think it would make that portion of your motion stronger.
If you could leave that with me, I will see if we can find some words to do that, because I support the spirit and intent of what it is you're trying to do, and what we're all trying to do. Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, question?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In 2019, Mary, as you know, MLS was directed by Council to establish mandatory components and criteria for the training, for the accreditation of the training program. As far as the RFP stands, I don't believe that was specifically clear. Have you got an indication that is going to be the outcome of the training?
Yeah, sorry, what is going to be the outcome of the training, Speaker, through you?
That there's going to be mandatory components and criteria for accreditation of the training programs, so that the staff are going to be very specific about what they wanted to see based on what council directed them to do.
Well, that is my contemplation, and that is what they were directed to do. My frustration was the same as yours when you brought this forward about the delay in doing that. But my understanding would be that the training that would result from the RFP would be training that meets the requirements established by City Council.
Would it surprise you, Mayor, that the staff in the supplementary report is now suggesting that the training be left to these training companies to establish for themselves? Because it's not the same as following council's specific direction.
I guess what I had understood to be the case, and I can't remember exactly what each report has said, but my understanding was that if it was our wish that we move, for example, to training that had an in-class component, for example, that was within our purview to do that with these training companies, it once selected, that there was nothing that excluded the things that we might want as a council, whether that, there's a number of things that have been discussed in car, in class, and different things beyond, I think, what was originally contemplated or looked as if it was confining itself to online training. And my understanding from the answers I've heard to questions is that there's nothing that confines what we end up doing with the selected vendor from complying with whatever our wishes are in terms of the nature of that training.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But if the staff have not made it explicit that this is what they want to see, and they're leaving it up to the industry to sort of set the training standard, then would you believe that, would you agree that perhaps staff are now deviating from the 2019 criteria, which was set out by council, which includes requiring private transportation and a vehicle for hire drivers to successfully complete a third-party training program, including a final evaluation test, and give consideration to programs with an in-car or in-class component, defensive driving training component. And so because that was specific in the 2019 instructions from council.
I guess what I will say is I just heard you read those instructions out, and it said give consideration to, and I have heard answers to questions, I believe. I was listening carefully to the discussion from Mr. Grant that indicated that that would be something that could be taken up with the selected vendor. So I don't believe they've said no to that. I believe they've said yes, that could be part of what we consider to do. But the council direction, as I just heard you read it, said give consideration to. It didn't say it must be done absolutely positively. So I would assume that we're going to have that discussion with the selected vendors and with the industry as to what is going to be the best thing to do in the interest of public safety.
Except for we won't see this again. Once staff make their decision, council doesn't get to see. Council will see it afterwards, but the decision and the contracts would have been granted. So we would have left it entirely to the training industry or the trainers to determine what the training would be. That's all. Thank you. I know I'm out of time, but thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I'm just wondering, the effect of the mayor's motion, is it to delete and replace the committee recommendations, or is it in addition to? I read it as delete and replace, but there's now some discussion that perhaps it's...
It's an addition.
Then I will issue my full and unreserved apology for my questions earlier. If motion 2 still stands, or motion 3 still stands in the recommendations in the report, then the mayor's motion is entirely consistent with that.
Okay, next speaker, Councillor Fillion. Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. I'm still having mute unmute problem. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you and see you.
Okay. Thank you. So I have a motion. If clerks can put it on the screen. I'm also having trouble with my screen. So, okay, there it is. So that a city council direct the executive director to work with vehicle for hire companies to establish a mechanism ensuring that all of their drivers have been fully vaccinated against COVID, and to explore the city's ability to implement a vaccination requirement as part of its vehicle for hire licensing requirement. So we've talked a lot about road safety and training for that, and which is extremely important. But as we sit here today, probably the greatest risk to the public for anybody getting into a vehicle for hire would be for someone to get in with an unvaccinated driver. We know that the Omicron variant, which has taken over, spreads ridiculously quickly and easily through aerosols. We know that the most dangerous situation to be in for that spread is to be in a small enclosed space with somebody who is infected. And we currently have a situation where members of the public getting into a vehicle have no idea whether the driver is vaccinated, whether there's any testing requirements or any of the sort. You know, and I think that is a really troubling situation. I like the part of the mayor's motion asking the medical officer of health to look at this, but in this area, because we license the drivers, we have the ability to act on our own. I believe I would have preferred to have a motion that was a little more strongly worded, but you know, I'm kind of going with advice to follow a process to get that done. This has brought to my attention some other areas that aren't before us today, but that the medical officer of health, I hope, will be looking into along the lines of the component in the mayor's motion. I went into a liquor store the other day and started chatting with the clerk about whether she felt safe in her workplace, and the cashier, and she said, yes, I do here, but at the, and I won't say the name of the grocery store chain, but she said in the grocery store she worked at, there was no requirement that employees be vaccinated. I was surprised by that. We do not have the ability to require that. Maybe the medical officer of health does. And if nobody does other than the companies themselves, that should be information that is available to the public. You know, people should be able to make a choice to protect themselves, which kind of a store they want to go into, which kind of vehicle they want to get into. So I hope we can get this cleared up ASAP and get the public as much protection as we are able to get them. Thank you.
Question over, Madam Speaker.
Hey, I already put my name down.
Thank you.
You have to put your name down.
Yeah, if you want to ask a question, put your name down.
I can't. It's not on my. I can't
Just
get on my
don't
screen.
scream out your name. Put your name down.
Can't get on my screen. It's not on my screen to see that option.
Councillor McKelvey, question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, Councillor Philly, can you just explain to me, I don't understand how yours is different than the mayor's motion number 4 and 5. Can you maybe just reiterate how those are different?
Sure. Well, the mayor is asking the medical officer of health to look into what safeguards she could provide. And I would suggest that, she will be doing that, and on the basis of some conversations I've had, may also be doing that for situations, other workplaces. With vehicles for hire, quite apart from anything the medical officer of health may or may not decide to do, we have the ability to make requirements because we license them. So this is using that ability to either get cooperation or require something ASAP.
So number 5 says for City Council to direct the Executive Director, Municipal Licensing Standards in consultation with the Medical Officer of Health to consider making the licensing of vehicle for hire drivers contingent on COVID-19 vaccine status. And that, I don't know how that's different than your B.
Well, I didn't, when I prepared this motion, didn't know that the mayor was moving something similar. I guess I would say if they're similar, that's fine. Belt and suspenders, approve both of them.
Okay, and then likewise number 4. Okay, I just wanted some clarification.
Okay.
I think the same between them.
Thank you. Before we go any further on that, I am going to rule Councillor Fillion's motion out of order. I'm sorry, redundant, because the mayor's motion covers his motion, what he's requesting. So Councillor Fillion's motion is redundant. So no
Sorry, for which,
no
how is
question.
it the same?
There's no
Sorry,
questions.
Speaker.
There's no questions.
I'm asking where it replaces, which one is it redundant with, please, for your ruling?
Both, his motion, both.
Which one?
Yeah.
No, which
Madam-
one of the many pieces of the mayor's motion is it redundant with Councillor Fillion, is
Three.
what I'm asking.
Okay, hold on. Please let me answer. Recommendation 3 and 4 and 5.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, let's.
Madam Speaker, I just want to ask Councillor Fillion what he's doing in the liquor store.
Madam Speaker, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but
Okay, please,
I would
let's go on with the agenda, please.
Can you hear me, Madam Speaker?
No, but there's no questions now because.
Well, I would like to, I didn't know the mayor was moving something similar. I would like to look at them closely together. I'm not sure that, I'm not sure that this is redundant. It's similar, but I would really need to look at them together.
Well,
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Okay, hold on, please. I have ruled that the motion is redundant. If you don't agree with me, challenge the chair. We are just not going to continue going back and forth. So are you challenging, Councillor Fillion?
No, Speaker, that he's
I
just
have
asked
a
for
point of
minute
order.
to read it.
There's no point of order, please. Either challenge the chair and we can move on.
Then I'll challenge the chair,
Okay,
Madam Speaker.
so
I was
Councillor-
hoping not to need to.
Thank you.
Yes.
That was my point of order. Thank you.
Councillor Fillion, you're challenging the chair, recorded vote. To uphold the chair.
Speaker, all he asked for was some time to be able to review.
No, I'm sorry, I have to
There's
rule
no
it.
debate to a challenge of the chair.
Yeah.
On a point of order, there is no debate. If there's a challenge to the
Exactly.
chair, we should proceed with it.
That's right. Thank you,
I'm not
Councillor Carroll.
challenging you. I'm
We're
only
gonna
saying what
we're
he
gonna
asked
be
for.
coming back Monday at this rate.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order,
Yeah.
if you could name who has challenged the chair and we could proceed with that vote, no one else should be speaking because it's my understanding that Councillor Fillion has challenged the chair. We
That's
should
right.
proceed with the vote.
That's right. Recorded vote, please.
Members of council, will you please turn on your video camera if you have voted? We have more votes than we have people on the screen.
Perrot's in favor, okay?
Thank you.
Councillor Grimes, how do you vote, please?
In favor?
Speaker, the ruling of the chair is upheld. The vote is 18-6.
Thank you. So we'll go to the next speaker. Members, before we go to the next speaker, which is Councillor Pasternak, I'm going to move that we have our lunch break today from 12:30 to 1:30. On favor? Carry. Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I will be brief. There are a few messier debates that we've been involved in as a council and the previous council, and maybe even the council before that, is the role of the taxi industry in a changing world. And it's always been my argument, and this may be a repetitive speech, is that the city is intrinsically linked to the taxi industry. And we got into that linkage many years ago when we sold a license plate to people who bought it in good faith, that it would be something they would trade on the marketplace. And if it went up in value, everybody was happy. And if it crashed, of course, the city would be blamed. So there's no other licensing framework around that I can
You sent it in, so they.
Whether it's a hunting license,
Councillor
whether
Fletcher,
it's a
you have your mic on.
liquor license,
Sorry,
whether it's a
Councillor
fishing license.
Pasternak.
Speaker, I'm sorry. There's something, I'm just interrupting, I'm sorry. Something funny with the WebEx. My mic showed it muted, and yet you could hear me. And I think that's been happening to people all meeting because they're muted and they can be heard. So there's something astray and awry with the system. I'm flagging that for you and for IT.
Thank you. Okay, sorry,
Sorry,
Councillor Pasternak.
Councillor Pasternak, but this just keeps happening all the time.
All right, well, thank you, Madam Speaker. So what I'm arguing here is that we have a responsibility to do what we can to help the taxi industry, because it was a decision of the City of Toronto many years ago to issue these licenses for a fee that then could be traded and it could increase in value through market forces. And as I mentioned before, others started talking, you can't sell a hunting license, you can't sell a fishing license, you can't sell a liquor license. And there should have been a framework in place then that you could not trade and sell taxi licenses. I would like to thank the mayor for the motion he is moving, because many of the things that I was going to move are incorporated in there to help the taxi industry survive, to flourish, to rebound, and to recover. And we're not only helping the plate owners, the brokerages, but we're also helping drivers and to make a respectable, dignified living behind the wheel. I think it's also important to realize that taxis are crucial for our industry, for our economy, making sure that when people want a taxi, they can get one, and that it be safe, that it be available, and that it be affordable. So with that, I'm looking forward to supporting the mayor's motion, to supporting the idea that we need more time when it comes to the vehicles can stay on the road longer. When a license plate is taken off the road, there should be no fees paid, and other provisions that help the taxi industry recover from this tumultuous time. So once again, thank you very much. And I think it's incumbent on all of us to do what we can to help the taxi industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know if my motions are ready. I just sent something over to the clerk.
It's
If the
not
clerks
ready.
can let us.
It's not
Okay.
ready.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Layton to speak?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'll try to be brief as well. You know, we've had this debate a lot of times over the years. I'll just draw attention to the 2019 debate where we started setting out some of the, well, first of all, even before that, we made a big mistake taking out the driver training when we did. We made a big mistake taking out the vehicle to emission standards when we did. Like, we have to acknowledge that and we have to write that. And that's what we've been trying to do over the last couple of years. It's taken a long time. I give, I will support the notion that COVID got in the way, and our MLS staff were strained. Boy, oh boy, did they shoulder a lot, as did much of the public service, but MLS and TPH and others, I think, felt a lot of it. And so I accept that may be a reason why we're a little behind on some of the key pieces. But we need to get this done, both on the emission standards and the training. If those are two of the key pillars. If we throw housing in, and it's like the three pillars of things we wanted to accomplish in the last two terms. Vision Zero and road safety. These are people on our roads almost all day, making a living, trying to make a living. We need to make sure that they're safe drivers. And I maintain that takes in-class and in-car training. I'm sorry. I took young drivers when I was like 18 because I didn't do it right away when I was 16. But both those components were in young drivers. But the same skills I was taught don't necessarily translate into vehicles for hire drivers. And not everyone is required to do that in-car component of training. Yes, you go and do your test. I get it. But I don't think that's enough. For my books, that's not saying we are doing enough to protect those on our streets, to practice what we preach, Vision Zero. We regulate these folks. We should be the ones ensuring that it's safe. And the second one is fighting climate change, right? Like, we passed it yesterday to much fanfare. We need to reduce vehicle emissions. It's a huge part, about a third of our emissions as a city come from vehicles. Where we have the ability to influence the uptake of electric vehicles, we need to use it. Other jurisdictions are doing it. Uber has said we will do Vision Zero, we will do net zero by 2030, but they've done absolutely nothing to actually implement it, right? So we need to come in and we need to do what we can. And part of that is supporting the EV vehicle uptake, but also we have an ability to say, the vehicles need to meet certain emission standards. And we consciously took that out many years ago. I hope that it's coming back in soon because it's not that difficult to do and we can achieve that. I hope the next time we have this debate, we will be having one that says we're achieving these various elements of what we have set out as a city to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
I actually just was putting a motion, which I'm having trouble going back and forth, to just look at a report back date for that number 3 on the mayor's motion. So I don't know how you'd like to handle that, Speaker, since it's just being sent in now. Should we wait?
Well, I guess we're going to have to because you haven't sent your motion in, right?
I have sent one in before, but now I'm doing that for amending. Just to put a timeline on it, please. So I've now corrected that. The ones I sent before are redundant as well. So I don't
Okay,
want to
hold on, Councillor Fletcher,
get ruled
please.
out of order.
Please, just a sec. What is it that you exactly want to do?
I want to amend number 3 in the mayor's motion, where he's going to have the MLS and medical officer of health discuss those options and we had do an initial report back to GGLC. I've just put that in there on that. Because there's no timelines anywhere, and I think it's helpful to drive this quickly. Drive it, at my joke.
Okay.
How did you want to proceed? Sorry about that, Speaker.
Okay, so what we'll do is, because we have to prepare Councillor Fletcher's motion, and there's still Wong Tam's motion, so we'll recess to 1:30.
Thank you.
Thank you. This meeting is now resumed. Members, before we resume item GL 27.19, I will ask if there are any release of holds.
I have one, Madam Speaker. Councillor
Me
Crawford.
too. Okay, putting my name up.
Okay, Councillor Crawford.
Yeah, I can release CC 38.9170 Eglinton Square, 1431, 1437 Vic Park, 1418, 19, 22, 23, 26 Englehart Crescent. Clerks have a motion.
Okay, we'll put the motion on the screen.
And I wanted to personally thank Amanda Hill and Nathan Muscat for the work in legal, for the work that they've been doing to get this agreement in place.
Okay, thank you. So the on item CC 38.9, Councillor Crawford has the amendment on the screen. On favor, show of hands.
Thank you
carried.
very much.
Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, it is item PH 29.17, Lawrence Heights Revitalization, phases 2 and 3 interim status and budget. And I'm releasing it. Councillor Cole is going to move the motion. I believe it's been submitted.
Councillor
Oh,
Cole?
he's on the spot.
Councillor Cole? Councillor Cole?
He's talking, but his microphone isn't on.
Councillor
Can you
Cole?
hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to make a couple of brief remarks about this huge project.
No, but is there a
if I
motion
could,
that you,
and I'll
hold
release
on,
it.
hold on. Is there a motion you
Yeah,
want to
if it-
present first?
Yes.
Okay, can
Could
you
they put it
present,
up, please?
can you present your motion, please? There, it's on
Yeah,
the
via
screen.
Councillor Fletcher. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, City Council requests the Board of Directors of the Toronto Community Housing Corporation request the President and Superintendent Officer of Community Housing in consultation with Executive Director, Social, etc., to incorporate the request for proposals for phases 2, 3 of Lawrence, a community benefits agreement to meet a minimum 10% target for apprenticeship, training, etc. So that's what the motion reads. Is basically putting in place a community benefits agreement. This will be one of the first of its kind for TCHC major revitalization project. So I just want a special thanks to Councillor Fletcher for coming up with this concept of the community benefits, whereby as they go to phase 2 and 3 of revitalizing Lawrence Heights, there'll be opportunities for employment for residents of the Lawrence Heights community who will benefit by these great job opportunities in the revitalization that takes place. I just want to thank, as I said, Councillor Fletcher for his support. I also want to thank the mayor for his support as we go into this revitalization. And in the revitalization, there's a significant increase in affordable housing targets. The densities have been increased dramatically. The affordability has been enhanced. And I also want to thank Councillor Bailao for her support of this expansion of the affordable component and the going into phases 2 and 3. I want to thank Anne-Marie Nasser from Parks Department and also, I want to thank previous councillors Moscow and Josh Cole for fighting the good fight 10 years ago when this was a battlefield, when they didn't want this revitalization. But just to let you know, phase 1 has been completed. If you go to Yorkdale and the Allen, you can see the beautiful phase 1 that's completed with the shining towers, the new low-rise townhouses. That's been done. Now we're moving on to phases 2 and 3. And like in every situation, it's always sort of the case where bad news that comes from a neighborhood is always splashed all over CP24, etc. But if there's good news, like in this case, where these shiny new buildings have been built and new housing, it's not going to be talked about. So I thought we got to mention the great work by the community in Lawrence Heights, but all the city staff, the planners, making this happen. And as we go into phases 2 and 3. So this community benefits attachment is an added feature as we go forward. So there'll be real jobs and participation in the building of this. By the way, this is probably the largest affordable housing project we're doing in the whole city of Toronto. You're never going to see this again in CP24, but it's there. Huge affordable housing project. So anyways,
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So on the amendment by Councillor Coe, all in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion that you want to introduce?
I do, Madam Chair. If I can put it forward, it has to do with the job search for the Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation CEO. If I would like to put that forward for consideration.
No, that's not what it was about. There's your motion on the screen.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Okay?
Sorry, it's for the Seniors Tenant Advisory Committee.
Yeah. On favor?
Which is supposed to meet.
Yeah, on favor, carried. We'll post it. Councillor Wong Tam, there was a motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. There was, Councillor Wong Tam, there was a motion you introduced earlier. Would you just like to move that?
I'm happy to just move the motion. Thank
Madam
you.
Speaker, I'd like an opportunity to ask staff questions on that. I'm going to try to do that offline.
Which one?
I think it's MM 3850 that you're referring to.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
We're still at the.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Wong
It's
Tam.
it's EX 27.11.
Yeah, it's not that one that you had questions on. You have questions on MM 3821. So on the EX1 that we introduced earlier, that we reopened, there it is. No, that's not it.
No, Madam Speaker, that is the one I had questions on as well. And I'm going to try to sort them out. I don't think I need long.
Oh, okay, so then we can't release that one. All right, all right. You have questions on 21 as well, right, Councillor Holiday?
I certainly do, and I'll need a few minutes with that particular item. And it's my intent, if I can get my answers for 50, then we can probably quick release them.
All right, okay, so let's go back to the item. And I believe that Councillor Councillor Fletcher.
COVID?
Councillor Fletcher?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Speaker. Hang on, thank you. Sorry about that. Oh, I'm having trouble with my CMP. Anyway, I'll just start. I will think that this is a very important issue that we're dealing with. And I want to
Okay,
thank staff
Councillor
for-
Fletcher, please, can you introduce your motion?
I'm sorry. I don't think I have a motion.
Oh, you don't have a motion? Okay, that's fine,
No,
sorry.
I don't have a motion.
Okay, so go ahead, thank you.
That changed at lunch.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted, a number of the points that have been brought up here today have been very important, and really as we search for the best way to deal with having, well, 45 or 55,000 cars added to the streets, and we did, and sometimes with very little training, and I think we've all experienced that, there are a tremendous number of people driving. I'm not sure what the conditions are for them, if they're making a lot of money, making it by, or if it's a difficult thing to do. But two things, or three things. One has to do just with the congestion and really reaffirming the impact on our streets, the impact on our pedestrians, cycling, other cars and backups, etc. The air quality associated with it. I'm glad that Councillor Layton raised the issue of the transformed teal, because when we first started the licensing or granting licenses to personal vehicles for hire, we didn't have a robust climate plan in the way that we do now. But since we do have it, I think we have to layer that on top. So looking for greener vehicles, but also looking for the number or the amount of GHGs that are being created by 54,000 vehicles that aren't always doing what they're supposed to be doing. Most of the time, they're just driving around waiting for a call. And I'm not sure how great that is for the environment, particularly in the downtown area. It will be very interesting at some point to see what I'll just call a mapping of where most of the trips are taking place. I'm going to assume they're taking place within the old city of Toronto, particularly in going to venues, shopping venues, etc., nightclub venues, and just moving around after the theater, etc. So those are all factors when we're looking at the roads. And I know that people always say, "Oh, those bike lanes, it's creating a lot of congestion," but I really think they're not creating as much congestion as 54,000 vehicles on their roads. And I appreciate the discussion today about vaccines. But I feel like I do know that many of the taxi companies do require vaccines because they have contracts with the TTC. And the TTC is very clear about their contractors. You have to have proof of vaccination in order to work as before the contractor that the TTC has selected. So that might be for Wheel-Trans or other things. And in particular, why that's really important is because there are people who are not working because they refused to have a vaccine. And those many people at the TTC, I think there's about up to 500 people that are currently not at the job for that reason. So I do think we have to really be clear in our message that when you're transporting people in the city, whether it's through public transit, whether it's through your license agreement or your contract agreement with the TTC, or whether it's with people that have personal hire vehicles that they're using, that it is a safe trip. It's all about safety. And now with Omicron coming up the way it is, nothing's more important than making sure that things are safe. So the motions that the mayor has made, I appreciate them. I do think there's some urgency to it. I'd like to see something that would be able to come back and say how we're doing on that. When we just make motions and then there's no dates, I always have trouble because it might mean it doesn't come back or gets dropped off the table. Doesn't get on the list. That I know Mr. Elbridge is very careful with watching what the timing is for various things and when it has to come back. So that's the one thing I wish we could still have. I just say thank you very much for the good discussion. And I also think that we have to have in-car training for whoever the providers are going to be, that they have to be able to provide in-car. That should be our preference. We have 11 people that have bid and they're out there.
10
It's pretty quick
seconds.
turnaround in 4 weeks, but I do think we should be selecting vendors that can provide in-car training. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Madam Speaker.
Yes?
Sorry. I was just going to ask on a point of order to the clerks about something about the mayor's motion, but it can wait until after speakers.
Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Thank you, Madam
No,
Speaker.
hold on. We're not ready with your motion yet.
Okay.
No.
Madam Speaker, we're just sending Councillor Wong Tam's motion to her for review, so hopefully we can proceed in a moment.
Okay, Councillor Lane, do you want to ask your question to the mayor now?
Yes, no, it's
Or
well,
to
to
the
the
clerk?
clerks.
To the
I'm
clerk.
just wondering if any, it's the same email, same question I just emailed to them, is if aspects of the mayor's motion render any of the committee recommendations redundant.
Madam Speaker, my advice to you is that no, none of all of the committee recommendations stand and can be voted on, except of course for motions or parts 8 and 11, which you have already ruled as being redundant.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Wong Tam, you have 2 motions, so if you can go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'm moving a motion to amend the mayor's motion so that it now reads that the first section is to give preference to training programs, to give priority to drivers who've not received training. So therefore we can get those 47,000 that are untrained through the backlog and get them trained first. And also amending recommendation number 2 so that that staff can give preference to training programs that have in-class and in-car training requirements. And then the rest of the motions, 3, 4, 5, and 6, is to simply attach some report back dates to them. Just otherwise, to Councillor Fletcher's point, we don't want these requests from City Council dangling. We've already learned our lesson to be very specific and intentional in our words. And perhaps in the future, we no longer ask staff to consider. We just be very, very direct about what it is that we're looking for. No more requests. It's all direction moving forward. I want to thank everyone who's been working on this issue. I want to thank a number of individuals who have come forward to sort of highlight the issues and the need for training. And this goes back to the conversations that we had in 2019. And I'm thinking specifically about Cheryl Hawks. Her words ring so true in my mind of what we need to do. Her specific request that council not delay high quality training to prevent the loss of life or injury is really the guiding principle here. And I hope that we can all still support that. Absolutely, we want training to move forward. And we want it to move forward as quickly as possible. That's why we've been asking. That's why we've been organizing. That's why we've been sort of, demanding the question of to know the answer to what the heck went wrong. And so, when the staff dropped a report the day before council that was not expected, and to then start to suggest that the training should be deferred to the institutions and the educators out there, I find that highly problematic. It took over 2 years to get an RFP out. I know there was a pandemic. We all lived through it. We all worked through it. And then to have a report go out and then close within 4 weeks, which is lightning fast. And you all know how procurement works in the city. And then to be told that it's not really an RFP. And then afterwards be told that, well, it could not be amended, but maybe it can. I don't know about you folks, but I'm very confused. And then I find out that it never went through other procurement channels. So it wasn't broadcasted or posted widely. And within those 4 weeks, they still got 11 applicants, and all they did was post this on the city's website. That's pretty darn good. Now, can you imagine if we actually went through perhaps a slightly longer RFP process, or if we even began the RFP process earlier, how many applicants we could have received? And I know that staff have also turned away a college who wanted to submit but just couldn't make it within those 4 weeks. So I fully support staff going back out in 2022 and finding out if we can expand the number of educators out there. And the reason being is because the more you have, the faster we'll be able to get through the backlog, which has always been the intention. We wanted to get people trained. We've been talking about this since 2019 to do such a rapid fire RFP and then to say that we can't amend what was not an RFP and then to now say that we have to just basically adopt what staff say is their interpretation of the 2019 requirements is a little bit troubling. So I'm hoping that my amendments on the mayor's motion will help clarify what council wants. I hope you want this too. I hope you want the best high quality training. I hope you want the best trainers. I hope you also want the best drivers, and then also meet the recommendations and the committee requests, and then take another look when this whole thing comes back. The issue around vaccine mandates. You folks know I have struggled with this issue, but I will say this much, is that if I have to get into a closed environment with somebody, closed windows, closed doors, they are not masked or they're not vaccinated and there is no screen, there's no PPE requirements or cleaning protocols, I want them vaccinated. And so I will tell you that I'm going to be supporting that recommendation as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have questions. Councillor Fletcher, 3 minutes clarification. Councillor Fletcher?
Sorry about that, or I muted myself. Councillor, I may have missed this somewhere, but as far as the curriculum for the training is concerned, I haven't been following it as closely as you have and the committee has and our committee chair. But is a component of the training the city's Vision Zero? You know?
Councillor, that was captured in the recommendations coming out of committee.
So part of the training for whoever gets the award will have to have a component that I would think would be developed by the city. Is that coming from the committee?
I believe so, Councillor. There were so many motions that were moving back and forth, but I do believe there was specific language around road safety. I'm not
Would you
sure.
interpret that to be Vision Zero then? That
Yes,
the
100%.
robust Vision Zero program would always be a part of that curriculum, no matter what.
Absolutely.
And your motion says to give preference to 11 have in the waiting, and I don't know if that's possible, but in the waiting that those providers, service providers that say they will use an in-car component be first on the list as far as selection is concerned. And it's not a real RFP, as you've told us, so that should not be an issue to be able to give weight to those who have an in-car component, total in-car component, or a good segment of an in-car component. Is that your intention there? I think I'm
Yes.
reading it.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Through to the councillor. I wondered if the councillor appreciates the mechanics of motion number 1 would then require the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards to get into the business of identifying individuals and then coordinating with all of the schools to figure out who's licensed, who's trained, who goes first, who doesn't go first. When the system is simply elegant, where you want to get trained, you sign up and you go take the training. And it's up to the person to figure out if they're licensed or not. So I'm not really understanding the utility here and whether or not this is actually going to delay training even further. If that's the objective, of course, is to get people trained. To add all of this administration on top of everything else. And most of all, to ask the training centers to go and police the status of the individual.
That's not what the motion does, Councillor. The motion is simply asking staff to contact the 47,000 untrained drivers and to make sure that they get through the training first. The institutions and Uber have the responsibility of providing proof of training. That's the way staff have been wanting to do it. They don't want to get into the business of training. This is why they've been struggling on bringing back the city program, which is why they keep trying to contract it out. They've pushed it off to institutions and they're saying, let them handle it. And then let the platforms then provide proof of, then they have to verify the proof of training. So administratively, it's actually not very burdensome on our staff. All we need to do is just tell them, get going.
So we would give the list of 47,000 drivers to the schools and say only accept applications from these people. I'm
Well,
not sure how else it would work.
Well, right now you're only working with 11 applicants. If the RFP was open a little bit longer, I don't know a single RFP at the city that's open for 4 weeks, but anyways, here we are. You could have probably a lot more institutions. And so, you know, this doesn't have to be overly burdensome. And certainly if staff in 2019 came to council and said, look, we are running into a situation where we can't get people trained because we don't have the training program up and running, we should probably stop licensing these individuals. Then we don't have this mess that we are now having to clean up.
Is the claim to council that this is going to make it faster or slower?
Last question.
So it can be very fast, just as staff have learned to, staff move fast when they want to, as we've now learned, and there are times where staff will slow walk. This time they've moved very, very fast. I think that they will move extremely fast in getting those 47,000 people trained.
Councillor Ainsley, questions, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to Councillor Wong-Tam. Councillor Wong-Tam, I just wanted to ask about your second motion about the in-car training. Staff are saying that there's nobody that's providing an in-car training process. Could we look at a friendly amendment instead of in-car training, say car simulation training or a simulator training?
I don't know, Councillor. I've never experienced cars simulation training. I've played on Xboxes and I've gone to the arcade. I'm not sure what the experience will be in simulated car training. Like so it's not as simple as so everyone who will know how to turn on the car and make it go. That's not necessarily the in-car training. The in-car training, I think, is really about learning how to be a defensive driver. So you take what you learn and you put it on the road. I'm not sure if it can be replicated in car simulation. I just don't know enough about it. Sorry, Councillor, this is a very clumsy answer, but just I don't know enough about
That's okay. You know, I've been driving for a long time. I think back to when I did my you know, there was an in-class component to my car training. You know, in car, you know, you got your driver's license and you had somebody, you know, your instructor was sitting beside you. But for in-car training, I don't know, like Carlton said earlier that nobody's doing it.
I think
if nobody's doing it, I don't know how we can put that in motion.
Yeah, I think what we've learned from even the gentleman who spoke from the Canadian Pro Drivers Association is that the most valuable experience, the hands-on training that students have when it comes to road safety is actually done in car. So we can never really verify who's taking the test online, if that is the way to go. And obviously that's, you know, we're in the 21st century and after pandemic, there will be multiple choice questions that drivers will take, but we cannot verify who the taker of those tests are. That's why universities and colleges have struggled on administering tests, because they don't know if it's actually the student who is taking those tests. Then we will run into the same problems when it comes to online training for drivers, which is why the in-class component, especially in-car component, is so important. And I think we've also heard from Uber drivers and Lyft drivers is that they find it just as important. This morning we had an Uber driver who had his car carjacked. Poor fella. We know about the Uber driver who was murdered by his passenger. We want to ensure safety for everyone, not just the passenger, not just for other people who are on the road. But I'm actually concerned about Uber drivers now, hearing from them what they're facing.
Thank you. Okay, so let's put the motions.
To speak, Madam Speaker.
Pardon? Oh,
Let to speak, please.
sorry. Councillor
Thank you,
Holiday.
Speaker.
Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. The last words were, we'd like to increase safety for everybody. So I'm looking at the motions that were just placed, and I see delay. I see an old saying, too many cooks in the kitchen spoil the broth. In fact, this is like taking a container of salt and dumping it in the soup. Sorry, I'm kind of tired of seeing this stuff. This has gone through GGLC twice back at council. And I'm very frustrated with it because we keep tampering as a council with a set of policies and rules. I didn't support the freeze, but at least there was an implication from council that the freeze was being done to try to increase safety in the city and get people trained and put urgency on that. And yet we're going to start dabbling with qualifying people to go get trained and who gets trained first, and then kind of narrowing the field to see who's got it in car or simulated. I would urge members of council not to do that. Just let's get on with the process. There's more reports coming to the General Government and Licensing Committee, so I imagine we'll be at it again. But the most important message that I wanted to leave council, and Councillor Layton has been very good to ask, the committee recommendations are being sustained. I voted against a number of them, and I'm going to call out two of them, number 12 and number 13. As the old saying goes around council, the Trojan horse. In my view, these are laying the groundwork. They're directives to the staff. They're not options or asks, they're directives to build a framework which introduces a cap or a limitation on the number of vehicles out there. And I asked the questions deliberately in the question period, whether or not this helps consumers or makes it harder. And the answer I got back was that it makes it harder. So regardless of how you feel about rideshare and so on, this entire council meeting has revolved around environment and cars, mobility in the city. And I've not held back to be critical. I think there's deliberate moves. It's written right in the reports to make it less attractive to own or drive a vehicle. Heck, it's going to make it more expensive to own a private motor vehicle in this city. Took away parking. Deep in that climate change report is some opportunities for taxes on cars. And, another whole load of different road changes, modifications, and construction that's going to cause congestion in the city. And the icing on the cake, the irony in it all, is here we are as council tampering with more and more directives that will actually make it more expensive and longer wait times for somebody trying to get a vehicle for hire. That's what a cap does. So after we did all of that over the last couple of days to try to get people to take different things other than a privately owned motor vehicle and to give people a choice if you don't want to own a car, here we are, then jacking up the prices. I don't understand the irony in it, but it's not just me. It's everyone else in the city that sees this. So I would ask members of council just to please note these details and be careful about the message that we're sending to the general public that are watching these debates or are reading the stories coming out of them. If we're going to say this hand's going to do one thing, this hand has to be in alignment. So I would just like to see some policy stick, and then we'll deal with incremental improvement. But every time this thing comes to the floor, it gets tampered with and played with, and there's delay and there's delay. Let's just listen to the staff, take the advice that they've got, and let's get on with it. And then in the future, as any good policy development process has, is an interval for improvement. Thank you for letting me speak about that. It is, as I said, more than once now at council that I've seen this, and I do find it very frustrating, and I'm sure the citizens of the city do as well.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen, please. Oh, yes, Councillor Ainsley.
Speaker.
Hold on, please. Councillor Ainsley, you were going to make a technical amendment on the confidential item? On
Yep,
the
if the motions. Yep, the city council direct the confidential attachment number 1 in the report remain confidential as it contains advisory communications that are subject to solicitor-client privilege. Thank you.
Thank you. So who was it that spoke up?
It was me, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Holiday?
After that speech, yes, thank you. On a point of order, if I may, after that speech, I would really like to vote separately on committee recommendations 12 and 13, as I have major issues with them. Thank you.
And Speaker, on a point of order, if I may.
Yes.
May I ask that on the motion that's up here now, if it's the first to be considered here, Councillor Wong-Tam's motion 3, that items 1 and 2 be voted on separately from the remainder, 3 on.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Mayor, just a question. Did you want 1 voted on first and then 2, or just 1 and 2, you combine the 2? 1 and 2.
I think 1 and 2 could be combined, and then 3 on could be dealt with as we would.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I thought. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so on 1 and 2 recorded vote.
Speaker, is Peruzza. Can we get the motions on the screen, please?
It is on the screen. You have to use CMP.
That's been my problem. I'm not using CMP, so
well,
if you could just give a brief description of the motion, that would be good for me. Thanks.
No. They're also online, Councillor Peruzza.
Madam Speaker, if everyone who has voted could turn on their cameras so far, so I can match the number of votes, the number of people. I have more votes than people at the moment.
Madam Chair, I'm going to have to vote orally. I was just disconnected from the system.
Yes, we'll call on the Deputy Mayor in 1 moment, Madam Speaker. Just trying to.
Oh boy.
Councillor Wong-Tam, are you present in the meeting?
I am. For some reason, my video goes on and then goes off, and then my microphone is on and then it's off.
I'm just,
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm just trying to account again for the number of votes I have received electronically with the number of people present in the meeting. So that's great. Deputy Mayor Min Wong, please, how do you vote?
This is on the mayor's motion 1 and 2.
Yeah, this is the mayor's
Oh, no,
request to vote on 1 and 2 separately.
That's
On
fine. I'll
Wong
vote in
Tam's
favor.
motion, on Wong Tam's motion.
Oh, on Tam's motion. You know what? I can't see it, so I'm just gonna go off screen. I don't feel comfortable. So I'll just go away until the next motion comes up.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, sir?
Can you just tell me, I don't want to vote the wrong way. I just don't know the motion I'm voting on.
I'm sorry, but it's online, Councillor Perruzza.
Then Speaker, the safest thing for me to do is not vote because I
Okay,
just
I'm
don't know what I'm
sorry.
voting for.
We're in the middle of a vote now, so, you know, like, if you
Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Wong-Tam, point of personal privilege. Uh, sorry, point of order, I should say. The councillors are obviously interested in participating in this meeting. They've sat through the debate. They just can't seem to get onto the visual screen, and they can't see the motion. And I
Councillor
don't want them
Wong-Tam,
to
it's
be.
online. We're in the middle of a vote, please. We're in the middle of a vote. Staff are trying to count the votes.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure that they don't
I
basically
understand.
walk away
Well,
simply because of a technical error.
okay.
Okay, thank you.
You know, we're in the middle of a vote. Okay, Councillor Perruzza, it's on the screen.
Councillor Wong-Tam, how do you vote, please? I'm sorry, Councillor Perruzza, I meant, pardon me.
Thank you.
Councillor Perruzza?
In favor, in support?
Madam Chair, I'll vote against. Stanzelman and Wong voting against.
Speaker, the parts 1 and 2 of motion 3 do not carry. The vote is 7 to 17.
Thank you. So on the remainder of the, Councillor Wong-Tam's motion, on favor, show of hands, carried. All right, so I was just reminded Councillor Mantis has an interest on this, so on the remainder of Councillor Wong-Tam's motion, we will have a recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, how do you vote, please?
Is this on? I'll vote in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please?
In favor, in support?
Speaker, the balance of motion 3 carries. The vote is 23 to 1.
Madam Speaker, I was trying to change my vote, but the change vote button was gone, but it does not alter the outcome, so I won't ask for a revote.
Okay, the next motion is the mayor's motion as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, sir?
In support?
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
Speaker, motion one carries, motion one as amended, I should say, carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Ainsley. It's on the screen. Recorded vote. Then that's it.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please?
In support?
And Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, your vote, please.
In favor.
Thank you. Speaker, motion 4 by Councillor Ainsley carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Thank you. So on the next item, Councillor Holiday is asked that 12 and 13 be voted on separately. So we'll vote on 12 and 13 first. Recorded vote.
Just stand by, Madam Speaker. It will appear in a moment.
Recorded vote. Yeah.
Councillor Pasternak, please. Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please?
In support?
And Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
Speaker, parts 12 and 13 of the item as amended carry 22 to 2.
Okay.
Speaker.
So
Speaker.
now on the.
Speaker. Speaker.
Yes.
It's Councillor Thompson here. I actually voted in the incorrect way there, but it doesn't change the outcome, so I'm fine. We'll just leave it at that because I think that we're fast approaching the 3:30 deadline. Right. So let's proceed. Okay. Just wanted to let that be known. Thanks.
Thank you. Now on the remainder of the report as amended, recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please. How do you vote on the balance?
All vote in favor.
Thank you. And Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, sir?
In favor.
Madam Speaker, the balance of the item is amended carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
We'll now go to our next timed item, which is
Madam Chair, I've got a point of privilege.
Point of privilege, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yes, I just wanted to let you know that all the members of council are at home. We don't have staff in front of us to help us out. You may. And when our systems go down, it's very frustrating. I'm looking to balance 3 different screens. And when CMP goes down, it is not easy to get back up again in a vote and understand what's going on. So if the chair can just show members of council a little bit more patience, it would be appreciated.
I think I have patience, Deputy Mayor. IE 26.6,
Speaker,
which is our next, Councillor
sorry,
Fletcher.
could we just, are there some of these quick ones that could just be gone in case we run past our?
Well, there
They're
is
quick?
there is no quick ones because the other 2 items.
Well, the
other
members' motions, new ones might be very quick.
This is a timed item, Madam Speaker. This is a timed item.
I know, Councillor Fletcher, the other 2 items, Councillor Holiday has questions on, so it's not a quick release.
Sorry, which, I'm not clear. Which items does he have questions on, please? I'm sorry that he's holding.
He has questions on MM 3821 and
Yes.
What's the other number?
Sorry, Mark.
38.50.
How
Okay.
about 5.1? That could go.
Okay, we have a timed
Nobody's
item
holding
here. IE 26.6, Toronto's tree canopy, and IE 26.14, missing link sidewalk program. Councillor Grimes, it's your item, so do we have questions to staff?
Yes, we do, Madam Speaker. And in the interest of time, I'll try and be as fast as I can, but it's a very important item for my ward. But yes, questions of staff.
Okay, if you can please put your name on the screen.
Point of order when I can, Madam Speaker.
Point of order?
Madam Speaker, I would ask that you examine MM 3850 and rule as to whether or not it is in order and consistent with the City of Toronto Act with respect to our policies.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grimes, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To staff, the request for this sidewalk came from the former school trustee. This didn't come from staff. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, Councillor, that's correct.
Okay. And New Toronto, the town where this school is located, where the sidewalk proposed, that's in the town of New Toronto that has a 15% tree canopy. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. It's Kim Statham, Acting Director of Urban Forestry. My ward profile here shows that New Toronto has a 20% tree canopy cover.
20%, okay. That's still pretty low, right, Kim?
It is under the citywide average.
Yeah. So we had this here a couple months back, and I sent this off to committee to look at. So I've asked staff to consider every suggestion the committee's made, every possible way to save the trees. But under the current design, there's no way to save the trees in the current design. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor. We reviewed 4 options initially and reviewed additional feedback from the community and find we do need to remove 12 trees and have a tree replacement program proposed as part of this project.
And we've looked at moving the school fence. We've looked on going both sides of the trees. We've looked at everything, exhausted every possibility to save these trees with the current design, correct?
We've exhausted all options and we're doing the design.
So there's planned work on Dwight in the near future coming down. I think there's some bike lanes coming in 2024. Is a little bit down the road, but there is some further work to happen on Dwight down the road. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, those are my questions of staff. I'm just ready to speak, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker?
Yes, is there staff to answer?
I've answered. I'm good. I'm ready to speak if there's no further questions.
Oh, okay. We're dealing with both items, Councillor Grimes. You're okay with your
that's
questions?
correct. Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody else have any further questions on the 2 items? No? Okay. Councillor Grimes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to move 26.6, the tree canopy target. I'm happy to move that. And I have a motion like to move. So I'd like to delete recommendation number 1 and replace it with City Council request the General Manager of Transportation Service to defer the construction of the new sidewalk on the west side of Dwight Avenue from Birmingham Street to Maple Boulevard
Okay,
until
just,
a new design can be.
Councillor Grime, just one sec, please. We have to put your motion on the screen.
Okay. Can you restart my time, please?
Okay, it's on the screen, Councillor Grimes.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, could you restart my time, please?
Yes, yes.
So delete recommendation number 1 and replace with City Council request the General Manager of Transportation Service to defer the construction of the new sidewalk to the west side of Dwight Avenue for Birmingham Street to Maple until a new design can be achieved through the planned construction of bike lanes on Dwight Avenue or through a future reconstruction of Dwight Avenue that does not impact the mature trees. And as a second motion, if that fails, another motion A, incorporate a 3-to-1 replanting ratio to compensate for removal of the 12 city-owned trees on Dwight Avenue in a combination of on-site planting and cash in lieu of planting. 70 trees to be planted on site. The remaining 19 trees are to be planted by urban forestry in the immediate area in consultation with local council and the Toronto District School Board trustee. B, ensure the replacement trees along Dwight Avenue are a minimum of 80 millimeter caliper diameter and fast-growing large shade trees to the satisfaction of Director of Urban Forestry. And C, establish a maintenance plan to ensure the replacement of the trees survive. And if I can ask the clerks to put the map up so I can show members of council what we're dealing with here. We've got the map. So here's the map of the school, and if the top of the map is north, the bottom is south, east, and west. So there's the school. You see the trees along Dwight Avenue. You see the shade of the trees going all the way up to Birmingham Avenue. And that's a fence that goes. I went to the school, and on 3 sides, Birmingham, there's a sidewalk, 3rd Street, where the entrance of the school is a sidewalk, and Maple Avenue's on the south end, there's a sidewalk. There's no entrance where the fence is, where the trees are to get to the school. So if you on the one side, on the east side of Dwight, that is all residential neighborhood. So if you're traveling south on Dwight to come to school, you would cross that Murray Street. There's a signalized intersection. You come across, you would hit the sidewalk. If you're heading south to the school, you would head up the sidewalk on both sides of Dwight. You catch the sidewalk on Maple and up 3rd Street. So this is a nice have to get this sidewalk in there, but it's really not necessary at this point. Right north there is the old Campbell Soup plant. That's the industrial part of the ward. And if the new plant that is going in, if you're taking transit, you would come down Islington Avenue, get off the bus, and you'd come along the sidewalk all the way to Birmingham to get to this new plant that is not built yet. And if you're coming from the streetcar, you'd get off at Dwight and you would come up the sidewalk you would cross at Murray to get to the plant. So it's a nice have to get the sidewalk but to lose 12 mature trees. I've heard loud and clear from the community. We've had 2,000 signatures to save the trees. There's been minimal support for the sidewalk. There has been support, but I'm getting bombarded. I know Jennifer McKelvey, the chair of the committee, was getting bombarded that 2,000 signatures asking to either redesign. We've looked at that, and the bike lanes come in 2024. There's an opportunity to get the sidewalk in, but with this other report, with the tree canopy, I couldn't get good conscience to take out these 12 beautiful mature trees and to put the sidewalk in that I don't think is necessary at this point. It's a nice have, but I think we want to save these 12 beautiful mature trees that provide shade to the children in the schoolyard. And again, I just heard loud and clear that the community wants to save these trees, so I ask you for your support. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my comments.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Fletcher, 3 minutes. Councillor Fletcher?
Sorry about that. The mute buttons aren't clear here anymore. Unmute. Councillor Grimes, you have, in your motion, you're determining how big those replacement trees are, 80 millimeter.
That's a backup motion, Councillor Fletcher, in case my
Pardon?
first motion doesn't pass.
Okay. Okay. And was that size approved by staff? I'm just wondering if they gave you that or that.
I asked some nurseries. I asked staff what kind of the maximum they can plant. I think that was the maximum that that would be allowed. That would probably survive. So I'm just
Right.
asking if they did go out, we'd put most significant trees in we could. So I've asked staff that question.
Okay, and then the other thing is just if you are aware of any, I'm just going to call them not sidewalks, but anomalies in different areas of the city. I happen to have one on Boston, which is a winding path between the trees. It's not a direct cement sidewalk. That have you had, did anybody show you any of those?
We've asked
Which
staff
would mean,
that every suggestion, Councillor Fletcher, you have, staff have looked at, the community brought forward, winding it through the trees, moving the fence, going on top. We've looked at every option. Staff have been great to look at every option, but there is no option. You've heard me ask that of staff in my questioning. If there was, staff would have done that, but I just said it's a nice have to have.
oh,
but
I
just
hear
think-
you.
yeah.
And that was public realm staff that looked at that as well. In other words, a creative way to do both, keep the trees and put something.
Well, I sent it to committee to have it reviewed again, so I don't know what staff, but I know transportation and force are deeply involved in this
Okay,
whole
thank you.
debate.
Thanks, Councillor.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thanks, Speaker. Through to Councillor Grimes, just for the council's clarity, the origin of the original sidewalk, that was an ask of the community, was it not?
It was an ask from the former school trustee.
Yeah, but on behalf of the community. So in this case, that once the community got the details, they've essentially changed their mind. Once they
Well, there's
understood
been
the
a very
implications.
minimal, there people understand, the importance of the sidewalk, but what I'm hearing very loud and clear, and I know Chair McKelvey from Infrastructure, she's hearing it too. I think everyone's been getting bombarded with emails. So, just looking at it, I can tell you, Councillor Holiday, that the committee wants the trees over the sidewalk in my mind. And I think there's an opportunity. I'm not asking not to, I'm just saying to defer it. I think there may be another opportunity to put it in when the road gets reconstructed or those bike lanes go in. As you know, Councillor Holiday, you're handling a thing because of my conflict in the community. That is a truck route, Dwight. So I think we need separated bike lanes if they do go in there. So I think there's an opportunity to look at that point in 2024.
So in other words, you've got a plan, you've got a strategy, and you're doing your best here to make people happy.
Yeah, and so does staff, I think, have the best interest too.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do have a motion that clerks have had for a couple days. Thank you for putting it up. So this is a great report. I'm actually talking about the 26.6 actions to reaffirm Toronto's tree canopy target. And what I'd love to see happen here, and I'm sure you would as well, because these are issues in all our wards, is an assessment of the impacts resulting from building permits for different types of buildings, including condos, multi-unit, single family, et cetera, options to mitigate the canopy loss on parcels where building permits have been issued, and options to strengthen and prioritize tree protection in the development review process. I'm also asking for a review and a report back in the second quarter of 2022 on the diameter required for a tree to be protected under the private tree bylaw. So I've worked with staff and with my residents. We're really having a challenge in my ward. I'm sure you are experiencing this as well. And there's clearly a correlation between parcels of land with building permits and those exhibiting tree canopy loss. That was identified in a 2018 tree canopy study, and it warranted further research. So this is more important than ever, given that we adopted new goals for the climate strategy this week and doubling down on our tree canopy target, which is fantastic. My motions also request that staff take a look at adjusting the diameter required for a tree to be protected under the tree bylaw. So currently we stand at 30 centimeters. Burlington protects trees with a 20 centimeter diameter. Oakville and Mississauga protect trees with a 15 centimeter diameter trunk. So as I don't have to tell anybody in this chamber that Toronto's tree canopy is our green infrastructure in our city, and quite frankly, one of the city's most precious assets. And as the report states, the trees provide an array of ecosystem services in our city, valued at around $55 million per year. I'm guessing it's even higher than that. So it's critical that these benefits are accessible to all Torontonians, Thorncliffe Park included. Expanding the tree canopy in areas that are currently not well covered is a critical step in creating a cleaner, healthier, and more resilient city. And at the same time, we need to prioritize protecting our existing tree canopy. There are a number of studies, numerous studies, that demonstrate that mature trees have greater potential for carbon storage than younger trees. And University of Hamburg did that study in 2017 that basically indicated nearly 70% of carbon stored in trees is accumulated in the last half of their lives. And when they're chopped down, the carbon is released. So even if replaced, it can take decades or even centuries to replace the full benefits of healthy, mature trees. And so while it's important that we expand our canopy wherever possible, we also have to put the same effort into retaining the trees we already have, which means taking a closer look at how, where, and why we are losing trees and identifying ways to better protect our existing canopy. Again, I want to thank the residents of Ward 15, Don Valley West, who have been so engaged on the tree canopy for years. We took a big hit in the ice storm. We are losing trees hand over fist on Bayview Avenue. Some of that's been in the meeting. Recently, a 250-year-old tree in Hogs Hollow. So we really have to step up our tightening up of the tree bylaw. I worked with the former city arborist years ago, not last term, but the term before. He's now retired, an amazing gentleman, on doing this, tightening the tree bylaw years ago. And I just hope that you'll support this, because I think this is a great opportunity to review all these matters and get reports back from staff. So I'll leave it at that, Madam Speaker, in the interest of time.
Thank you. Okay, so that's
Recorded vote on 14, Madam Speaker, recorded vote on 14, please.
Okay.
If I could also have a recorded vote.
Okay, we're doing item 6 first. Okay, motion by Councillor Robinson on IE 26.6. You want a recorded vote, Councillor Robinson?
Yes, I would. And the arborist's name was Arthur Beauregard. I just remembered it, so I wanted to share that with council. He was an incredible arborist.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Prutza, if you're present, how are you voting, please? Councillor Prutza, second caller, are you present? Speaker, motion 1 carries. The vote is 24-1.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Item is amended. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. Okay, we'll go to 14 now.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I just want to seek some clarification. There's an item that is, the title is MM 38.21 for the city clerk's reference, making space to save the arts in Toronto. It disappeared.
Yeah, Councillor Wong Tam, can we finish this item? We're in the middle of a vote right now.
Oh, I apologize. I apologize. I thought we wrapped up. I apologize. Thank you.
Okay, so on number 14, if we can show the motion by Councillor Grimes. Councillor Grimes, you wanted a recorded vote on this item?
Yes, Madam Speaker, with thanks to staff. Thank you.
Recorded vote.
There's your Christmas present, Grimesy.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Perruzza, are you present? Madam Speaker, I'm going to take the view until we hear from Councillor Perruzza that he's not present in the meeting on subsequent votes. The motion 1A carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Thank you. Okay, so that's it for the vote because the other motion was redundant. Okay, so that's it for these two items, timed items. Now,
Sorry, I'd asked earlier if we could vote on the members' motions that aren't being held.
Yes. So there's just one and then there's a night. So on MM 3821, Councillor Wong Tam, you had a point of order earlier about making space to save the arts. I believe that Councillor Holiday had questions on it. Am I not correct?
You are correct, Madam Speaker. It's just that it has disappeared from both Timis as well as the CMP. So as long as it's still on the agenda, that's great. I just want to make sure that we didn't somehow do something with it and I missed the vote.
Oh, yes, it is on the agenda, Councillor Wong Tam. Yes, sorry. I mean, you know, I apologize for all the technical issues we're having today, but staff are here to assist members of council. We're trying to have, you know, make it as smooth as possible. You know, so there has been issues today. So I think we all have to have patience, including the
Can
councillors.
I make a point of order, please?
Yes,
Councillor Robinson.
Councillor Robinson.
It's just a bit of technical input. We get timed out at 15 minutes on CMP and our laptops. It would be really helpful if we were timed out at 30 minutes because that sometimes we get caught off guard because we're listening to the debate. So that's just my input. I think that would work much more effectively if we have to do this going into the new year.
Okay, thank you.
Seconded.
And, you know, like I said, we all have to have patience.
Okay, we're going to run out of time.
Okay, so Councillor Holiday, you have questions on MM 3821.
Speaker,
Yes.
sorry, Speaker.
Yes?
I had asked if you could clear off anything not held before we get into this, because this could take us to the end
There's
of the
just this
meeting.
one item, Councillor Fletcher, this one
No,
item.
there's not.
No, there's this one item and another item by Councillor Wong Tam, then we're finished the agenda.
No, Councillor Ainsley had a motion that he tabled at the beginning.
Just on a point of order, I will have a matter to Speaker, just as we get to the end. I just want to make sure if we're taking lists of what we have left to do here, one small technical matter to deal with.
Sorry, maybe, thank you, Mayor. Would you mind clarifying that? Was that not just introduced? 51?
Yes, on item 51 from Councillor Ainsley, if you just want to move it and release it, that's fine. Councillor
I will
Ainsley.
move it.
Okay, on favor? Show of hands carried. Thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
Sorry, Speaker.
Councillor Holiday, do you have a question?
I do, Madam Speaker. Hopefully Mr. Tobin is available. And I can assure council these are important to me, these questions.
We're on 3821.
Deputy Mayor Holliday, good afternoon. You have a question for staff?
Yes, good day, Ms. Blackman. Thank you. This particular proposal before us, I think, is suggesting that an additional grant stream be provided to support the arts. And it would be in combination, I think, with the Toronto Arts Council. Is that correct? Among many things in the motion.
Deputy Mayor, through the speaker, that is correct. And Pat Tobin is available to join this call as well.
Okay. Thank you. the interest I've got, could you tell me, Toronto Arts Council, that's the majority of funding, I think, for, I don't have the exact number, but it's the majority of funding that that Arts and Culture has for arts program grants. Is that correct? It's the largest piece.
Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, it is Toronto Arts Council funding of just over 25 million, represents 70% of all cultural grants for the City of Toronto. 23 million of that 25 goes out to community in the form of grants.
Would you say that the Toronto Arts Council funding is equally distributed geographically within the city, or is it a bit more concentrated downtown?
Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, the distribution by ward does show concentration in the core. That is attributable to a number of factors, including large contributions to major arts institutions that do provide citywide service.
Understood. If I go onto open data, I can get a lot of this information. Could you suggest what percentage of the Toronto Arts Council funding goes to Ward 2 Etobicoke Centre? If you don't have the exact amount, just an empirical statement would be fine.
Sure. Thank you. Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor. In terms of a dollar value, Ward 2 receives 0.3% of the 23 million. That's an amount of $71.7 thousand. In terms of the volume of actual grants, not the dollar value, but the number of actual grants awarded, that number is 7.4% of the overall total.
Okay. Could you tell me a little bit about any of the features or the designs or elements of this particular motion which would enhance the distribution of funding a little bit more equitably across the city? Because I take note, a lot of this particular item is focused on bringing more money into the downtown. Have you got a plan to try to equal that out?
Thank you for the question. Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, greater equity in granting and in access to all city services is a priority for the Economic Development and Culture Division. With specific reference to Councillor Wonkem's motion 38.21, there is a recommendation, sorry, just scanning for it now, that the third recommendation that granting reform of all cultural grant programs to better advance equity deserving groups and new organizations, and that we report back on that by July 22. That would certainly include a focus on access for organizations, artists and organizations outside the core to city cultural grants, including those distributed by the Toronto Arts Council on behalf of the city.
And a final question, in last year's budget, there was a change in the funding formula for the LASSOs. And could you confirm to council whether more or less funding went to the LASSOs that serve Etobicoke Centre, and also confirm whether or not the LASSOs are pretty much the big player out in the West End?
Thanks for the question. Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor. There are three LASSOs, Arts Etobicoke, Urban Arts, and Lakeshore Arts, that serve Etobicoke in serving various wards. They take part of an overall LASSO program with a budget of $1.6 million. The allocations are very different, LASSO to LASSO, and we have been working to ensure that there is a more equitable distribution when measured by the outcomes of the organization, the number of residents served, and various other metrics that we are co-developing with the LASSOs. Applying that analysis has led to some incremental changes. For example, a 6% reduction in the grant to Arts Etobicoke in 2021, with those funds reallocated to the lower funded LASSOs.
Thank you very much. That's all, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify because I've heard this so many times. When we're looking at some of these arts organizations, and I don't have them in my ward, I recognize that they're down on Front Street, they're in long time locations, but are many of these, headquarters of arts organizations that either have performances out of central locations in the downtown area, or ones that have a mandate, they're there in the downtown central core, but they also have a mandate to go out across the city. I'm interested in that, please. Because it sounds just like just money's flowing downtown to small organizations, and I'd like you to be very clear what we're looking at here.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Fletcher. Through the chair to you. Yes, large organizations funded by the Toronto Arts Council have a citywide mandate that is written into their grant contribution. What that entails is it plays out in employment, it plays out in terms of access to their performances, and it plays out in them delivering service directly in areas outside the downtown core. They are large contributions relative to the overall TAC budget. The 4 largest account for 21% of the overall grant budget, and the top 10 account for 28%. So
Sorry,
it is a
tell me
large,
that again. 4 largest are at 21%.
certainly, and the top 10 by dollar value of grant account for 28% of the $23 million TAC grant budget. But as your question suggested, they provide service citywide. So that investment by the city falls into a given ward, but it is in fact funding services for residents across the city.
So when it might be the opera or the ballet or a large theater, are there is there an opera in Etobicoke that I don't know about? Is there an opera house out there?
There are small community opera organizations. There's not an opera house per se in the example of the COC's facility.
Just calling about, there's community-based groups that do opera, that do plays, but as far as a theater, which has a citywide catchment, that doesn't exist in Etobicoke. It just happens to exist downtown, and then the way you report, it kind of looks like all the money's going to one place, but it's actually a citywide business, a citywide cultural venue.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Fletcher, that would be correct.
Thank you, and I'll speak about that. Thanks very much.
Councillor Thompson, questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you to staff. The motion seeks to and emphasizes on expanding space. Would you agree that that's the part of the intent of the motion?
Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor Thompson, yes, I read the motion as seeking a variety of measures to preserve, but ultimately expand creative space in the city of Toronto.
And not specifically the downtown core.
Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, the portions of the motion, the latter 2 recommendations do speak specifically to the distillery district, which has seen some recent disruption, but the motion broadly stated is not exclusive to the downtown core.
And so with respect to the granting as part of the, I think it's in number 1, it talks about a new grant stream pilot to be administered by Toronto Arts Council. So is that simply to the artist or to space, or a combination of?
Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, I would suggest that the motion as written, in which we have had an opportunity to sit down and review with the Toronto Arts Council leadership, it implies funding to existing Toronto Arts Council clients as a pop-up and perhaps tied to their ability to maintain space.
Fair enough. Then can you tell me, please, what are the plans or what are the sort of strategic changes that the Toronto Arts Council is bringing to the process with respect to expanding how they actually fund artists across the city, as opposed to the impression that there's a focus on the downtown core?
Thanks for the question. Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor. Among its strategic directions, the Toronto Arts Council has responsive granting, which means that they want the recipients to be reflective of the city as a whole. They have a very forward-looking equity strategy and have baselined the distribution of the grants by various cultural communities. Where there are gaps, they're actively working to fill them. In the example of introducing a Black Arts Fund last year, which was originally introduced at 500K and has subsequently been topped up to 700K annually as of this year.
And so in B in number 1, it talks about extending grant structure to direct operational funding towards obtaining and maintaining venues. Would that be simply in the downtown core because most venues are in the downtown, or is there venues in the outer core where these funding opportunities could be applied?
Through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor, I think it would be premature for me to give an expansive answer to that question. The design details that we sat down with Toronto Arts Council to discuss were the relationship of how expedient it would be. Could they onboard new clients? If it was existing clients, what does that pattern look like? So that analysis would be done should this motion pass, but I would it would be
that's helpful because I wanted to understand that. It's not pre-planned, it's not pre-programmed, it's something as part of a process. You'll come back with that information.
Through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor, yes.
Excellent. Can you then tell me, please, you talked a little bit to Councilor Deputy Mayor Holiday about the 1.6 in terms of the combined, the 3 lassos there in Etobicoke. What does the lasso in Scarborough, North York, and receive on an annual basis? How does that compare?
Through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor, as noted in the response to Councillor Holiday, as it stands today, the allocations are not sufficiently equitable when measured by metrics around, for example, residents served. In the case of Scarborough Arts, it received a 5% increase last year, bringing it to $297,000, which is in the lower half of the allocations.
So what would that per capita amount be?
The per capita amount, unfortunately, I do not have right in front of me, but given the size of the Scarborough Arts catchment, which is significantly larger than most other lassos, the per capita funding figure is significantly
very low. Would you say very low?
That would be correct to say.
That was your last question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Members, I just want to remind everyone it's 3:11. Councillor Crawford.
Madam Speaker, very quick question. Mr. Tobin, can you just remind council and councillors over the last 5 or 6 years, the increased investments we have given to the Toronto Arts Council every year, upwards of $1 million, I'm thinking almost $1 million every year or more over the last 5 or 6 years. Can you just comment on that?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Crawford, yes, this council has had a significant commitment to increasing on an annual basis arts funding. The single greatest component of that goes on a yearly basis to the Toronto Arts Council and is redistributed in the form of grants.
And if I'm not mistaken, over the last 7 or 8 years, we've almost doubled the investments to the Toronto Arts Council and arts investments across the city.
It's through the speaker to you, Councillor, it is a 71% increase in the last decade.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I hope Councillor Hawley didn't ask this question, but operating in capital, the whole nut for the arts or the arts and culture, what is that?
Through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor, what is the total cultural budget?
Yeah.
Operating capital?
Yeah.
It is, I hesitate to give you a figure off the top of my head with the numbers in front of me. It is close to $40 million. I could return to you with exact figures from the EDC operating budget.
So is $40 million mostly made up of operating money?
Through the speaker to you, yes. Operating would be the single biggest component, but not the majority of funding. Operating is defined as annual grants to arts organizations to support operating costs.
Sure. So 40 million. Does that include the proceeds from the billboard tax?
Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, the funding from the Better City billboard fee, the billboard tax, was rolled into general revenues and is no longer a specific source of revenue for cultural funding.
Okay, thanks for that. So it's 40 million. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Wong Tam, you held the item down. Do you want to briefly speak on it? Because
Very briefly, Madam Speaker, I do not have any intention to delay this. I do need to move a motion, and it is a tidy up motion. Thank you to city staff for flagging the item for me. And I don't know if it's on the screen yet, but essentially I'm going to delete Toronto Arts Council from item number 1A and to insert that and replace it with economic development and culture. We're going to delete recommendation 5 altogether and just add a few other people that the GM of ECDEV have got to consult with before they come back. And that includes the Chief Executive Officer of CREATO. I will leave it there, Madam Speaker, just because I think enough has been said. Thank you very much.
okay. Do you have another motion?
Not on this item, I don't think so.
No. Okay, members, I'm going to hold that other item down. The mayor, because the item that the mayor has that wants to reopen, it's time sensitive, so we need to do it before we reset, before we adjourn today. So Mayor Tory.
Yes, well, I would move that in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 27 Council Procedures, the Council reconsider item HL 32.1. There's an urgency to it that I can explain if we can reopen the matter, Speaker.
Okay,
That's the Board of Health report.
On favor? Carried. We'll put up the motion. Okay, Mayor Tory?
Well, Speaker, as we've been dealing with the Omicron variant and obviously the responsibilities that we have pursuant to the expanded eligibility from the province with respect to vaccines, it's become evidence that between the two, we are going to have have city staff working around the clock as they have been. This is now going to become the entry into the 3rd year of nonstop around the clock work. And the responsibility is put upon us to do this well. The booster shot campaign especially is going to have a lot of staff people working over the holidays, including on Christmas Day and New Year's Day, frontline essential roles to get the booster effort rolled out properly. And so this motion provides the city manager with the delegated authority to provide overtime to staff where appropriate as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and will result in us submitting a budget to the province of Ontario that includes overtime as an eligible extraordinary pandemic related expense. They've been good about obviously meeting and backing us up and financing those expenditures, and it will be done in line with the eligibility criteria of the provincial Safe Restart funding arrangement. This technical amendment has been discussed with Councillor Cressy as the chair of the Board of Health, with Councillor Crawford as the chair of the Budget Committee, with the city manager and the chief financial officer and treasurer, and they're all supportive of the amendment. But simply put, it's necessary to give the authority to pay this overtime and to properly continue the fight against the pandemic and the booster campaign, because we're going to be asking staff to put in an extraordinary effort over the holidays. And so I hope the colleagues in council can see their way clear to support this urgent motion, which, as you can see from parts 1 and 2, delegates authority to the city manager to approve the payment of overtime at straight time to non-union employees in relation to the COVID pandemic, and that we submit a budget to the province that includes overtime as an eligible extraordinary pandemic expense under their restart funding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have the motion by the mayor. It's on the screen. On favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carry. Thank you to members for.
Thank you, Speaker, and thanks,
yeah.
members. Thanks, Councillors.
Oh, sorry. Item is amended. All in favor? Show of hands. Carry. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you to members of council for allowing the mayor to bring forward his motion now. So we have, I don't think we're going to be able to complete this item and go to the next item, but I'll take one more speaker, Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I'm sorry, but I cannot take my name off the list on this. Madam Speaker, embedded within the questions, and I think it's because of probably the way this motion is worded, people seem to have zeroed in on how it's worded after waiving referral. So here we are with it, and we can't refer it off to a committee. But Madam Speaker, we cannot go down this road again of is art funding distributed equitably. Equitable does not mean equal. Equitable means fair and impartial. And you know, after amalgamation, you were there, Madam Speaker, and a handful of others that are still on council. Yes, a lot of arts funding did flow to the legacy city of Toronto, and at the time, a lot of it through the Arts Council. And Ms. Hopkinson became our director of the Toronto Arts Council because as we began to examine equitable distribution of arts funding, the person in that position became outraged and declared to Mayor Miller at the time, art does not have an address. And off he went. Ms. Hopkinson has since, through a number of initiatives and a very accountable vetting process, made sure that we have the neighborhoods block by block art strategy, that the outdoor arts and arts in the park strategies all go further out to the city. But the reality is a lot of the core administration of arts organizations happens from addresses that are inside the city limits. And you know, the Clay People Theater from an entirely different part of town has fallen in love with Park Forest Park and performs there, and so on and so forth. As to lassos, the equity exercise to make sure that they were there includes capacity. And so this is a be careful what you wish for situation, because Etobicoke has an embarrassment of riches where lassos are concerned, because they were more well established and were delivering. And if you have the capacity for funding, then we can really talk about the funding. North York Arts, on the other hand, is only a few years old, and we're working our way to having the same capacity. Various levels of capacity to the organizations in Scarborough, but making sure that the approach to them was equitable, was hard fought and long engaged in work. It was done by retired now councillor Kyle Ray in the main, but many councillors, and he went to great pains to make sure that inner suburb councillors were involved in that work. I was one of them. I believe Councillor Thompson was another. We all worked on making sure that there was an equitable approach to the arts, and whether or not the address of the grant application or the funding that flowed from our own culture division went to an address inside Toronto or in each of the suburbs, what we made sure of was arts reach, that it reached wherever it originated from, that it reaches people in every corner of the city. And if we're going to relitigate that, I'm going to be a very big pain in the neck to a lot of people, because I don't want to see all the work that was done to achieve that equity suddenly undone because we've sort of lost sight of the institutional history of how we got to where we got. And so While this motion is a little too directing and not so much a simple report back, and that makes me nervous. What I heard in the answers to the questions from Mr. Tobin is that most of it will be reported back. So I can support this motion. But what I won't support in the future is the complete unraveling of the equitable approach to arts funding in the city of Toronto that was reached over a decade of hard work.
Thank you. Okay, so I would like to ask for a motion to defer this item and MM 3850 to our next council meeting.
I'll move that, Councilman Wong.
Deputy Mayor Min Wong, on favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, because we're running out of time. Members, before I ask for motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Moved by Councillor Grimes. If you can read the motion.
The committee and council considered submissions in making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the general bills? Moved by Councillor Thompson.
That leave be granted to introduce bills 969 to 974, 977 to 1047 and 1049.
All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Shall these bills be passed and declared as bylaws? All those in favor? Show of hands, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the confirming bill? Councillor Pasternak. It's on the screen.
That leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 38 on December 15th, 16th, 17th, 2021.
All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor, show of hands, carried. So thank you very much to members of council. Enjoy the holidays as much as you can.
Speaker, thanks to you and Center Table. I know we've been hard to deal with. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Yeah,
Merry Christmas, everybody.
I want
Happy
to
holidays, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Safety, health.
Everybody.
Family, stay safe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, clerks.
thank you, and I want to thank the staff that are here today, and I apologize for any technical issues that we've had, but we got through it.
Not your fault. It's
Thank
Councillor
you.
Grimes' fault.
No apology necessary, Madam Speaker. Happy New Year.
His fault.
Take care, everyone.
Meeting-
Be safe.
Meeting's adjourned.